Hello there. How's it how's it going? Uh whoa. I had the volume on the laptop. Yes, it's cloudy here tonight supposedly, and so I was going to do some photo processing and some other things today discussing um some upcoming astronomical events and maybe kind of look through that Meade auction again because that is going to be first thing this week. So, um, anyhow, I was just looking at Astrospheric and I was like, it was supposed to be cloudy. Now it's saying it's clear for a brief time, but then I don't have a proper astro camera outside right now, but looking kind of out the window, it looks like it's still mostly cloudy. So can't always believe that. But for a brief moment, I'm like, should I go run downstairs and throw one of the Seestars outside? But I don't think it's actually clear right now, even though astrospheric. Actually, I should probably look at the what do you call it, zoomed out Earth, real quick. Hello, Turf. How's it going? Thanks for joining, and hello, Dark Shades. How's it going? Yeah, let me check real quick here. I'm just debating whether or not I should put a telescope out quickly, but so this was early. This is earlier, and it actually might have clear. It might be clearing here, perhaps. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. If it ends up clearing, I might end up throwing a telescope outside. Well, I'll place it outside. I won't. Probably won't throw it outside. Oh wow, snowing there. You know what's funny is so I'm kind of near the Gulf Coast in Texas, and there's a chance of it snowing just north of here this week. And the forecast keeps going back and forth whether or not it'll actually get to the metro area, but that'll be later in the week, and it's going to be above freezing, so it'll just kind of melt on contact. But still, snow. Hello, Mary Jo. Good evening. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it, and like I say, if it turns out that it ends up clearing outside, I'll just quickly put a scope out there. And I was actually thinking, see, this is where it'd be nice to have a remote scope. I was looking, yeah, anyway. So let's look at what we're doing here. Sorry, I've kind of queued up a bunch of stuff tonight, and let me just keep an eye on this one. I think I may need to switch. Sorry, I have this other monitor that I will temporarily switch, and then I'll move this camera over here, and if it that way I can keep an eye on it if it ends up clearing. And the clouds are moving from out of the south, so that does follow what's here. Anyway, so yeah, it was I was kind of looking at doing some processing of some images from earlier in the week, and also what do you call it, a few days back, Turf graciously shared his rasa on stream, and we were imaging some of the same targets at the same time, and it was talk about like kind of two different experiences. One is a Seestar in Bortle 9, and the turfs was a RASA 8-inch, which is very fast 8-inch telescope from Bortle 3. And so some of the photos I was processing were mine, and I was kind of comparing them to what came out of his scope, and it was interesting. But anyhow, one of the things I wanted to mention and maybe kind of get to initially, and I might revisit it again later in the stream, but we have a few things coming up this month, and hopefully it'll be clear here. But in January, so it's January 4th right now, and you know, there's a lot of places where they kind of go over, you know, astronomical events, and some of them are interesting, some are kind of okay, but some things I'm personally interested in January, on January 9th, the moon is going to go through the Pleiades, and I think, was it like a month or two ago, I did a live stream, or I just happened to be live streaming when the moon was kind of going through the Pleiades, and so that was kind of interesting. Now, this go round, the timing is such that it's where I am, it's going to be kind of already in progress once it gets dark in the evening. It'll be, or kind of on the tail end of it, whereas people more towards the east, like the east coast of the US, will be able to see it better. And the big one this month is going to be in January, on the 13th. So so 9 days away. And hopefully it'll be clear, because I want to be able to live stream this. I keep changing the key sequence so it'll the modifier for function versus non-modifier. Anyhow, so it's on the 13th. The moon, the moon was just there. Or was it? Oh no. Sorry. The moon. Anyway, I'm gonna go onto the photos here in a minute, but I wanted to highlight this because I'm really looking forward to this. On the evening of the 13th. Oh, I hate it when this. The moon is going to there's going to be an occultation of Mars. So if we look, so that should be pretty cool, I think. Let me see. So starting around, what is it? It's going to be a North American thing. So around 8 p.m. U.S. Central is when, just before 8, is when the moon goes over Mars. And it'll be almost an hour? No. So like, yeah, close to an hour before it emerges on the other side. And I believe it's going to be visible in most of North America and like the west coast of Africa. But I'm really kind of looking forward to that one, because that should be. Now the question is, I'll have to find a different location, not my backyard, because it's going to start when it's still kind of blocked. But to give you an idea in the framing, so this is going to be, if you look at the Seestar framing, will be quite nice for the occultation. So it'll basically, like if you have it tracking the moon, you'll get it just fine. You might have to mess around with the exposure if but Mars is pretty bright, so might have to expose the moon a bit, but that should be interesting. Yeah, it'll be I think it's really kind of well suited for this kind of thing. I did that with the I think it was Moon and Saturn a few weeks back as well, and I did that with the Seestar, and it did a great job of it. Like I say, I had to overexpose the moon a bit, but you could clearly see kind of the oval shape. I mean, the ring kind of shape um, of Saturn. And hello, Callus. Happy New Year to you too. Thanks for joining. Uh, One of the things I was so I'm not going to go into it at this instant. Maybe a little later, but I did pick up a a used telescope. I'd been debating it, and it supposedly is going to be here tomorrow or Sunday, or tomorrow or Monday. And I also got a camera. The so ZWO. So there were all these Black Friday sales that started in November, went through Christmas. Some of the astronomical sales ended on December 31st, but there were a few that have gone into early January. One of them was ZWO, went through, I think, January 3rd, which was yesterday. But Player One actually has a sale going through tomorrow. Um, Although I don't know if that's tomorrow U.S. time or tomorrow Asian, like Chinese time. But anyway, so some of the cameras were on sale, so I picked up one, which I had been talking about for a few months, that I wanted to upgrade the camera on, get a better astronomical camera. So between those two things, the telescope, I ended up getting one that'll have a bit more kind of it's more telephoto. I still want to get something that's better at wide field imaging, like the RASA maybe. I'm kind of been fixated on that ever since Turf shared his RASA on stream, but I think it'll be interesting. I'm not 100% sure if I'll have the new telescope set up the way I want to for the stream, but if I can, it'll be pretty cool, because Mars will actually be a little bit of a disc. So we'll see how that works, but at the very least the Seestar will be that's it's funny, it's like the solar eclipse. I had all these other plans, and a lot of the things I was going to try didn't work, but I had my Seestar running the whole time, and it just worked. The Seestar is ended up getting the whole thing just beautifully. So at the very least, I'm going to have the Seestar. I just need to run one of them with the app so I can zoom in a bit, and it might end up being okay anyway, because of the obstruction of my horizon. I'm probably going to have to go somewhere to a different area. Yeah, the Bortle, let me switch this back. The Bortle 3 is definitely a big part of it, but to be fair, I mean, let me pull up some of the images. The one that got me, that I was looking through, was let me see here. It was the Rosette Nebula. And don't get me wrong, I was pretty happy with the result I had gotten. And this was with the native mosaic on the Seestar. So I had done 40 over like almost like around 50 minutes, 50 minutes, over 50 minutes of integration time. So the mosaic ran for like 2-3 hours, but of the rosette. And I took the fit file from the rosette and I processed it. And this is from the Seestar. And I was pretty happy with that, to be honest. I don't have the original one close or nearby, but I was reasonably happy with it. Um, it looks a little. I may have oversaturated that. On this monitor, it doesn't look oversaturated, but on this monitor, it does. But I was still pretty happy with it. But the same one, the rosette. Let's see which one. Yeah, I took the rosette and I processed it. I think, what did I end up doing? Turf graciously shared the fit files, and I just kind of did a simple stack and then ran it through some Cyril and Graxpert and Cosmic Clarity. Nothing too outrageous, but the I probably needed to redo it with some star reduction, but that was a result from Turf's and sure, some of it's the Bortle 3. Like, actually I forgot I didn't actually run Graxpert on this at all. I didn't do gradient removal or noise reduction because it seemed pretty clean just out of the scope. And again, that's the Bortle, definitely the Bortle 3 part, or a big factor of it. But the other thing I really like about the Rasa was just this huge field. And because mind you, like, this was I did this. I've done this before where I accidentally lock the screen. But like I said, mind you, this one on the right is a bigger field of view with the Seestar mosaic. So this single Seestar frame would, only be part of the rosette, but this was not a mosaic. I don't know. It was yes, the Bortle 3 is definitely part of it, but there's some other the light collecting and speed of it, and the field of view. I'm very kind of been thinking a bunch about that. Anyhow, so yeah, so January 13th, so 9 days from today. Like I say, around 8 p.m. No, 8 p.m. U.S. Central. It'll start. So yeah, definitely check that out, because if you have clear skies, that should be kind of neat to see. There's a few other things that I'll go over in a little later. Like there's going to be some stuff in March. It's a good time to look at Mars this month, because Mars is at opposition, so it'll be closest to the Earth. It's not as close as it could be because the Earth is at near perihelion, closest to the Sun, but so it's not as close as it could be, but it'll be the closest it'll be for like till next year. Hello, Joe V. How's it going? Thanks for coming. Sorry, my I don't know why my brain's fried right now, but thanks for joining the stream. Recently 3D printed the moon. I like that. That I like that. I like that a lot. I've seen those kind of things available for sale. Well, not exactly that, but I've seen like lights that are look like the moon. But that's cool. Glow in the dark PLA. That would be awesome. I should I need to get some of that and try that out. That sounds really neat. I could use it as like something in the background, and I do like the idea that because you couldn't bring the oh, you put a smart bulb in it. Cool. I like the idea of that, especially when the sky isn't clear. Like I have this really great photo of the Andromeda galaxy that I did not take. That I actually got it off the Galaxy Hunter YouTube channel. They were selling all their stuff because they were moving to France, I think. And anyway, I ended up with photo of Andromeda. I need to put it up behind me, and also make it clear that I did not take that photo because it's a really nice nice wide field. But that's cool. Put a smart bulb in it. What else? Oh, so like I say, there's some other things that I'll probably talk about in yeah, it's actually I could just give me a sec. So it was funny because let me switch to the other view. It was I had thought about just having it on the stream, but without comment. But like this was the photo. It's kind of hard to tell because it's glossy, but it looks really cool. And what was funny is that they were selling stuff from like their store, like they merch they have. But this one, anyway, they had stuff that was used, that was cheaper. So, is that the group effort? I don't know. I thought that, like, I know they did a group one with M51. I don't know if they did one with. I think this was one they took themselves, but they. But yeah, it was kind of fun. It was funny because since I need to manually switch the view because the all sky camera is down. Yeah, it looked really cool. What was funny is because they were selling their stuff and they had, you know, like stuff ready to go and wrapped up and stuff. This was actually cheaper. But they signed the back of it. Like I think this was something they had in their house. It was something like that, but it was cheaper because it was like not new. But I'm like, I'll take it, even better, you know, because I haven't watched their channel as much. I've watched more than a few videos of theirs. Let's put it that way. I haven't watched all of their videos, but I've watched, yeah, it's signed. Yeah. So I haven't watched all their videos, but I've watched quite a few. And I was watching the one where they're like, oh, we're moving to France. And I'm like, oh. And then I went to their store and I was like, oh, this one's a little cheaper. So I'll get this one. And I'm like, oh. Anyway, so I want to hang it up because it's a very nice photo. And it's been kind of sitting to the side. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, like I say, they were moving and stuff, and I was like, oh, well, hopefully they don't sell it before I get it, and or because they only had one, or they had a few things like that, you know, that were kind of less expensive, you know, things they had, and but yeah, anyway. So I need to actually, let me put it back so I don't accidentally run it over with the chair. And not just their what do you call it? I've watched a bunch of their videos, but I've actually looked at their website a fair amount because I'll be looking for a target, and they'll have an article about it, and so I'll read that. But anyway, so yeah, I think also a glowing moon would be kind of cool. I need to do something now that I finally redid kind of this space with the desk. Anyhow, so other things I was going to talk about. These are kind of down the road, but in March there's going to be a lunar eclipse in North America, and there is going to be, well, it's going to be visible in a lot of places, but there'll be a lunar eclipse in March. There's actually, I just found out there's a partial solar eclipse, but it's like the far northeastern of North America. So like I don't think it's total anywhere on Earth, but it'll be in like the northeastern US. It will already be kind of almost over by the time the sun rises, like in New York City. But like in Nova Scotia, it'll be it'll peak after the sun rises. Yeah, I know how that goes. You move things around, and then you're like have to adapt to it. But yeah, it was year-end stuff for me, so it was it needed to happen. It was too awkward, and hopefully it'll make it a little easier to get things kind of organized. One other thing, it's not astronomy related per se, but it's space related. There's actually going to be 2 launches this month of private moon satellites. It's part of some NASA commercial program, but there's actually 2 that are supposed to launch this month. So something to keep an eye out for if you're interested in that kind of stuff, which I am. So I don't know the dates offhand though. So yeah, and like I was saying, I'm going to be getting some new equipment, but the Seestars are going to be still kind of the central part of what I do. So I'll slowly kind of get the other stuff involved. But one of the other things I wanted to mention, I have a bunch of random things open. I was looking at occultations, trying to see what other occultations there are this year, but I haven't gotten too far through it. But where is it? Yeah, let me move it. Yeah, I want to kind of, at some point, maybe not immediately, but maybe a little later, I want to kind of look through the auction items. For those who haven't seen it, it's the old Meade and Orion and Coronado kind of liquidation, and it's going to be an auction. It starts on the 8th, so it starts this week, but to bid, if you want to bid, you should sign up now, because you create an account, and it asks like, how much do you think you'll spend on the auction, and then they have to approve it. And I don't know if it's like exactly rigorous. I don't think it is, but I think maybe to avoid to prevent I don't know what they do, or if there's just a human inserted in the process. But definitely don't wait till the last minute. If you plan on bidding, go ahead and get the account created. Yeah, I thought so too on the 6th. Maybe it depends on the item, because this says 8th. I thought maybe but let me look. Let me pick something like a telescope, because yeah, I'm pretty, now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure they said when I was looking at it a few days ago. It's thinking about it. Did I break it? Huh. Maybe they had to push it back a couple days? Yeah, it was. Yeah, let me drop the URL in the let me drop the URL. So this is, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, because at least, I mean, Jack G mentioned what I thought that it was originally the items were going to start, the auction was going to start on the 6th, which is Monday. But now it's saying the 8th, which is still this week. So, if you, like I was saying, if you haven't created an account, I would definitely recommend creating one because, like I say, I created mine on Thursday, I think, and then I got an email on Friday saying like they had approved my account. So I think it said something like you have to be approved to like win a bid or something. So yeah, I have about a fifth of the auction on my watch list. Yeah, I need to go through and add some things myself because yeah, no problem. Because like some things that I find kind of it is what do you call it, near Monterey, I think. So like south of the Bay Area, it's Watsonville, and if I recall correctly, it was south of the Bay Area. Watsonville, like Monterey, like I said. Let's see. Yeah, it's on Monterey Bay, so on the between Santa Cruz and Monterey. Yeah, south of San Francisco. So kind of distant. But yeah, I don't know how this is all going to work. I mean, I was thinking if it was a good enough deal. Oh, okay, opens at noon and closes the next morning. If it was a good enough deal, you know, I'd do a road trip. I don't know. I'd figure it out somehow. I mean, I know some people in the Bay Area too that actually I know someone who lives south of San Francisco. So just would need to convince him to drive over there. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Although I swear I saw something where they could make arrangements for shipment, but I don't think it might be like for freight shipment, not for just kind of. Yeah, let's see, auction details. Yeah, it says noon, ends the next morning. Hangar Way. Is that like the airport? That's what it sounds like. I remember seeing it somewhere. Important information. Oh, pre-sale offers and bulk bids due tomorrow. Removal by appointment. All must be ordered removed by the 17th. Wire transfer ACH. Yeah. I mean, looking at it where it's like removal, that led me to believe that pickup is the preferred mechanism. But yeah, I mean, they have a lot of random things. What I find interesting is since it is like, yeah, it's I mean, I guess my thought is if it's a good enough deal, it would net out, but yeah, since it is a warehouse, like pallet jacks and a rolling, they have what was that, hand trucks, Even, what was it they had? A gravity conveyor. So if you want to pick up a gravity conveyor. Oh, that doesn't, oh yeah, never mind. But a lot of stuff, like they have binoculars. There's some stuff that where it's individual items, some where it's lots of, whatever. Depends on the item. It's local only for pickup. But they have binoculars. They have a lot of binoculars. They do have a bunch of Meade telescopes. Yeah. That, I think that was what I kind of got the gist of. That you had to pick it up. Astro imaging cameras. And they had ones like when I looked at some of these, they were like APS-C. That's a 1.2 megapixel. That's not it. But there's like eyepieces. Let's see. Did I just look at that one? I think I just looked at that one. I'm just going to move on to the next one. They had a bunch of solar telescopes. The pretty nice ones. The Coronado Solar Max 3 or something like that. I think they were like $2,000-$3,000 solar telescopes. Pretty much everything over 10-inch and all solar is on my list. Yeah, I know some of the solar is definitely on my. I mean, I have a solar telescope, but I have one of the PSTs, and one thing I was looking through is to see if they had. So I have the PST is a single stack solar telescope, and they sold a double stack adapter, and the problem is I had been debating getting the double stack, and they started kind of going out of what do you call it? They ended up out of stock, and then Meade kind of went away, went bankrupt or whatever. And I was like, oh, great. Like they're not available anywhere now. And so I was kind of looking through the lots, and I didn't see any. But if anybody sees a PST, Personal Solar Telescope double stack adapter, please let me know. Because I'm highly interested in that. But like the more expensive solar telescope, if for the right price, I definitely would consider that too. And then they have like the ACF, which is like the Meade. This is an 8-inch one, but they also had like some 10-inch ones and a 16-inch, I think. Like, let me change the. They have. Yeah, they must have moved it back. Yeah, because I was pretty sure, because that's why I went ahead and got the account created last week. Because I'm like, if it starts first thing in the week, I would need to make sure I have the account. Yeah, a big Dob would be kind of cool too. I just was watching a video just before the stream about Dobsonians, and I'm like, that would be kind of nice to have. I've looked through a lot of other people's Dobsonians, and like the Seestars aren't good for visual. I mean, you can't do visual, and I could do visual with like my other refractor, but I've kind of been moving it towards just being purely imaging based. And so I was thinking, well, a Dobsonian would be nice just for like visual. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting. I mean, people are looking at it, but if it depends on how many people actually end up bidding. Yeah, palette of PSTs there. Oh, sorry, 10-inch Dob with go-to, but a lot of 2. Hey, I'll split it with out, or Star Traveler beat me to it. Hello, Kevin. Hello, Kevin Deal. Thanks for joining. Yeah, if it was local. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I I was I'm kind of a crazed long distance driver, and so I had thought that, for the right um if it was a good deal, I would consider just doing a mini road trip out to California. I know some people out there, and I could, go visit. But yeah, I guess that was my thought. Now that doesn't necessarily help other people, but if uh, if you're somewhere between the middle of the U.S. and the West Coast, I uh, I would be driving through that area to get back to Texas. But we'll see. I think it'll all depend on how well the it was one of those things where if the deal is good enough, I'm just gonna go for it and then figure out how I'm gonna get the telescope later. Like if I can get someone I know who lives in California to like drive down there. And I know they drive a decent amount in California. So if I could convince them to pick it up and stash it in their garage, and then I'll pick it up later, I would. But again, my thought was if it's a good enough deal, I'm just going to go for it and I'll figure out the logistics later. And because it said pick up by the 17th, like if the auction ends on the 9th, it would still be a week to kind of figure it out. Um, I was thinking I'd probably like car camp on the way out there or something. But I mean, I could do it I could get there in a couple days. I mean, I drove from here to Oregon, um, to take my daughter to summer camp a couple of years ago. So, um, I guess going to Monterey doesn't bother me. Yeah, yeah, ship one to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, so like I say, if it's a good deal, I figured we'd sort out I'd sort out the logistics later. Um, and I need to look through the terms and conditions. I imagine they would let someone else pick it up, but if not, yeah, I'll have to I need to look over their terms and conditions a little bit more closely. I mean, it might all end up being moot if the bids end up too high. But they have like all these um, ACFs, which are like the Meade SCT. So this is an 8-inch. This is a 10-inch dual fork mount, single speed focus. So that's cool. 10-inch, and that's another 10-inch and another 10-inch. So they had a few 10-inch equatorial refractor, tabletop. I mean, it runs the gamut, everything from binoculars and kind of entry level telescopes to solar telescopes, hydrogen alpha solar telescopes specifically, um, like Dobsonian, a lot of Dobsonians here. Hydrogen alpha. I think some are individual and some are lots. So like, let me just keep this open. So like this one, yeah, is a Solar Max 3, which, how much was that? Oh, I was wrong. I thought it was 3,000 new. It was 5,000 new. Dang. And this is Canadian dollars. But yeah, it was over 5,000 new. That would be nice. That would be cool. Oh, here's another 10-inch. But yeah, Solar Max 3. So if you see that, that's a nice solar telescope. Tripods. This looks like the Skywatcher Alt Azimuth, I think. Binoculars. Some of the stuff looks like showroom type stuff, but I don't know. Hydrogen alpha, hydrogen alpha. A lot of hydrogen alpha stuff. Solar Max 3 again. There's a lot of Solar Max 3. Maybe they had a good stock of them just because, like, it's a $5,000, $6,000 telescope, solar telescope. Maybe they didn't have a lot of turnover with that. Yeah. Oh, this is the Helio find. I have one of these. So these are kind of interesting. Um, this is what I use on my solar telescope. It's basically it has no controls on it. It just has like a power button, well, and a little joystick, but no USB port. It has this little camera here, and it has a GPS built into it. And so you basically turn it on. It takes, a little bit of time, a minute for it to acquire a GPS signal. So then it knows the latitude and longitude of where it is. So and the time. So it knows what altitude to point the telescope. So it tilts up, and then it just starts kind of panning, and then until the camera picks up the sun. And like it pretty much ends up like dead center, or close enough where I can kind of use the joystick to center it. But I use it and it's great because like you don't have to deal with polar alignment. I got it for the solar eclipse, but I also got it because I was planning on getting a hydrogen alpha telescope, and I ended up getting it after I got the mount, but before the eclipse. But I didn't end up taking the hydrogen alpha. I already had too much gear to take with me. But if you're in the market for something like that and you can get a good price on it, I think they're like $500 including the tripod. But if you get that, and you're doing and if you do solar work, I mean, it's got a limited capacity, so I don't know if you could put a Solar Quest 3 on it, but like for the PST, it works great. Designed by Dave, lives 2 hours south of there and said to be open if that needed. Well, that's good to know. That's very good to know. Very, very good to know. And that actually, maybe I know this is kind of my obligatory plug, but this actually would have a practical purpose. But if you haven't joined the Discord server, we could coordinate things like that there if people are interested in coordinating. In the eventual, especially if you want to bid, if you think you're going to win the bid, might be good to arrange that ahead of time. Dob with GoTo, yeah, that would be really nice. And it was funny because I actually watched 2 videos before this, before the live stream. One on was actually retrofitting a GoTo to a GoTo kit to a Dobsonian, and the other was just plain Dobsonian. But the GoTo one looked really nice, because you could do like a push to target. At least with this kit, you could once you kind of did the 3-star alignment or 2-star, you could do like 1 or 2-star, and then you could push to target, and so you just kind of would get it close, and then it would take it the rest of the way. So you kind of get it in the general vicinity, and then it would center in. And I don't know if these work that way, but I was actually thinking a GoTo Dob would be pretty cool. So 286. Let's see, 286. Oh, okay. With GoTo, is that a 12-inch? 12-inch Dobsonian, is that right? I'm guessing based on the 12 and the product name. I was thinking of something smaller, but I wouldn't turn on a 12-inch. Clear in Arizona. See, this is why I need to have a remote scope. I had asked rhetorically, well, not completely rhetorically, if anybody wanted to go in on a remote site, a hosting site. Yeah, 10% sales tax, 18%. Yeah, like I say, I mean, those numbers don't bother me if the deal's good enough. It is high, but if it's like half price, it would still be worth it. And if it's less, it would be definitely worth it. Let's see. Yeah, so that's cool. What else was there here? Astrograph. What do they consider an astrograph? Did I already look at this one? Equatorial refractor. There was one where I thought it was like a 16-inch. No, I already looked at these. Tripods, binoculars. Some nice astronomical binoculars. Spotting scopes. Eyepieces, diagonals. It really runs the gamut here. And here's like, yeah, if you see ACF, that's like SCT. That's like the Meade. I guess it's the Meade branding for their kind of variation of an SCT. Binoculars, a lot of binoculars. Imaging camera, controllers, monoculars, just to throw. Barlow lenses and heating bands, hand controllers, imaging camera. And then I know like some of the things they had like larger lots. ACG telescopes, refractor, equatorial binocular, truss Dobsonians. I'm just opening up a ton of tabs here. So I'm just looking at the things. Okay, there was a Solar Max. It's a smaller Dobsonian. Another 8-inch Dobsonian, I'm guessing, because it's XT8. So that's a more compact one. Solar Max 3. 3 Orion tripods and, oh, I missed that. 3 Orion tripods and 1 Solar Quest tracker. Huh. And, oh, so it's an Ritchie Christian 8-inch f8. Well, that's nice. How much do those usually go for? Some of them aren't that expensive now these days. Okay. So an Apertura is 1400. Ioptron is 1200. Although did it say... Okay, no, it didn't say it was a truss one. Because the truss ones can be a little bit... Oh, that's a 10-inch. Yeah, so that's... So there's that. An 8-inch. 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 1.2 megapixel. 12-inch. A lot of 4 of them. So if you want to get 12-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain, if you need 4 of them, or if you're going to split 4 of them, slot 269. And this is a lot of 2 of them. 272. A lot of 12 of them. Wow. That's a lot. A lot of 2 truss Dobsonians. 12-inch telescope. Okay. Actually, let me see if I can find that. Because even though, like, there's still listings out there for some of this stuff. Okay, so this was $1,200? No, this one. $1,200. Yeah, cool. What's this one? 12-inch. Yeah, let's see. They have a lot of stuff. Dobsonian, just the tube. Equatorial reflector. I don't know what some of these are. The fact it just says equatorial reflector. Is that a 5-inch? Some of these might be. So $300. Small little Newtonian. But 7 of them. Let's see. So I was just curious what some of them are, because like the Schmidt and Cassegrain, they'll say ACF, but these are just generic telescopes. What is that? Okay, so it's just a bunch of different stuff. A lot of different models. Tabletop ones, mountain tripods. Actually, what is ACF? Kind of curious if some of these tripods are kind of more robust tripods, because I could certainly use another astronomical tripod. Dobsonian refractors. Is it a refractor or a reflector? It's a refractor. Hard cases. Magnet counterweights. Oh, handle lift magnet counter. Solar telescopes. I think some of the things that are solar telescopes are just like white light solar. So this is smaller Dobsonian, but a lot of 8 of them. Oh, it is H alpha. Well, that's interesting. It's a 70 millimeter. Okay. So some of these aren't fully labeled. LX85. Orion Eon hard case. Oh, for that telescope. Orion Dobsonian. So if you have an Orion or Meade telescope, there might also be some accessories that if you want to pick them up, they might have something. Okay. All right, another palette, another 10-inch. ACF. Just the tube. ACF. Assembly of 3 boxes. Is this the one? Yeah. Yeah, this is the 16-inch with all the stuff in 3 boxes. So I'm sure that's going to be cheap. Let's see. So what did this go for new? $16-inch Meade. $19,000. Nice. And that was just the it doesn't include the wedge or the tripod. Does this include? No, it doesn't look like it includes the wedge. So that's $19,000. Maybe pick that up on a discount. That would be awesome if somebody scores that discounted. 8-inch, a lot of 5. A lot of 2 12-inch. Doesn't include the mount. I mean the fork. But there's some travel telescopes. They have a lot of ACFs. Equatorial, rangefinder, Dobsonian, just solar lunar info guide. Tripods. So many tripods. AZF. I wonder if they have any more of the 16-inch refractor. They have a lot of ACF. Giant tripod for ACF. ACF. Classic tripods. Giant field tripod. Padded carrying case. Another ACF. Another ACF. More ACFs. Jeez. Mounts, tripods, wedge assembly, binoculars, accessories, solar, blah, 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 blah. Field tripods, telescopes. Okay, telescopes. Okay, so this is a lot of 2 14-inch. Nice. 14-inch. Those aren't cheap either. Let's see, how much was a Meade 14-inch? $8,000 or $10,000, somewhere around there. So $9,000 for the tube. So they've got 2 of them. 12-inch, 16-inch. Is this another one? Or is it the same one? I think this is another one. I think they have another 16-inch. Giant tripod. 10-inch, 5 10-inch. Classic 96 tripods. Oh, photo tripods. Giant field tripod. What is the giant field tripod? That is a giant... Oh, this is the super giant field tripod. That is... I guess that's for the 16-inch. If you need a tripod for the 16-inch, that's your tripod. But that was the giant, not the one I was showing was a super giant. So it's the giant that they have. But it's a lot of 12. That's a lot. That's no pun intended. ACF, 10-inch. Oh, not a lot, just a single. So there are single scopes here. So this is a single 8. So that might be... this. Yeah, what else? Let's see. Telescopes, field tripods, binocular, microscope slides, I guess. Monopods, field tripods, binoculars, padded cases. Some of these just say telescopes, LCD monitors, binoculars, telescopes. When it just says telescopes, I'm always kind of curious. Sky scanner, Dobsonian 3, but probably a smaller one. Yeah, the problem is, like, there's all these ones that just say telescopes. I think I need to go through all of them just in case there's something, some hidden gem in there, or a smaller lot that would actually be more doable. Assorted filters. Kind of curious what assorted filters they have. Assorted telescopes. I'm curious about this assorted telescopes. Laser pointers. Binoculars. A lot of laser collimator. Guide scopes. Accessories. Telescope focusers. Binocular measuring device. Air cushion machine. Yeah, I think we're getting towards office supplies towards the end of the list. Or warehouse supplies. Assorted filters. This doesn't help me. What kind of assorted filters are we talking about? It's really just... flipping. Oh, oxygen 3 filter. What? Optic cleaning stuff. Jeez. Is it just a bunch of color set, large filter set, safety filter. What is this? Color filter set? Whatever that is. Oh, is it just like RGB filters? Doesn't even, can't even tell. It's just like, oh, maybe from the part number 5455. Meade. No, Meade, Meade filter? Maybe is it a Meade or Orion? Okay, it's the LRGB. Maybe filter set? Maybe, maybe not. Oh no, short results. Maybe it's an Orion filter. See, it's like it requires almost detective work for some of it to figure out what some of the stuff even is. Oh, I was still on this. E-series moon filter, okay. Moon filter. Oh, okay, 5455 is a moon filter. There we go. So they have, if you need like 100 moon filters, you should bid on this lot. I can't read upside down that well. More moon filters. More moon filters than you can shake a stick at. Oh, T-rings for EOS. T-ring. I have a sneaking suspicion that some of these will be purchased by like some liquidator or something. Astro goggles. Okay. Multiple parts. That's a lot of random stuff. It is assorted. They did say it was assorted. Now what is the assorted telescopes? Various reflector and refractors, open box, and some may have missing parts. So if you bid on this, you could bungee the whole lot of them together and create I don't know what you do with all that. It's like you get a scope and you get a scope and you get a scope. It's just a lot of OTAs. And that's an Orion. It's just a lot of scopes. A lot of very random scopes. It's kind of like What scope did you win the bid on? Yes. Not sure what scope, but got a bunch of scopes. Okay. Some smaller ones. Just mostly Newtonian design. Is that some kind of Cassegrain or Schmidt-Cassegrain? It's only showing the back of this one. That's just a bunch of random. Huh. So that's... Okay, yeah, this is what I had seen. Rigging removals. All might is... Okay. No, we saw that already. Okay, so that is assorted telescopes. And this is another group of assorted telescopes. Again, actually a lot of this lot looks like it's more refractors than huh. you get like several telescopes, and then you don't need a filter wheel. You could just have like RGB telescopes or H alpha. Of course, then you'd need more cameras, but just bid on a bunch of lots and have like. No, I'm not really recommending that. No, that's the end of that one. 200 laser collimators. How much did these go for new? $70. So 200 of them. I was hoping it would be a smaller number than 200. That seems a bit excessive. Yeah, I think the rest of it is just binocular measuring machine, floor scale, forklift if you need a pallet jack, used pallet jack, used hand trucks, strap scales, mobile tool chest, drill press. If anybody wants to bid on that stuff, I'm not going to help transport it. I don't have that kind of room. Gravity conveyor. Collet spin index fixture. Anyway, just a lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff. Just looking at all these binoculars again, seeing if there's any. The assorted stuff kind of intrigues me, just because I don't know what kind of things would be less likely to get bids. Would the assorted stuff be less likely to get bids, or almost, yeah, I don't know. Astro imaging. That's one thing I haven't really looked at is the cameras that much. Featured lot. Okay, I'm worried that it's a featured lot. Astro imaging. I have a feeling the like some of those astro flattener, coma corrector. Okay, sorry, I keep finding things that I kind of passed over. Okay, 7 Teleview coma correctors. 3. Okay, that's 1.2 megapixel. 1.2 megapixel. 1.2 megapixel. 1.2 megapixel. Monochrome. It is a cooled one. Deep sigh. An APS-C one. And not 26 megapixel. Well, this is interesting. USB 2. Well, that's kind of a bummer, but on the other hand, APS-C. That's interesting. I could see, and here's another one. Although this is a color one. Huh. That's cool. I think that's one of the ones that was featured. And here's another one, color one. Color cooled APS-C. This one, it's a secret. Starshoot G10. Okay, it was $1,400, so what sensor is it? It's a 294, IMX 294. So if you want a 4/3 color camera, that's a 4/3 color camera. Let's see, just gonna, because I had kind of breezed over the cameras. Now I'm just kind of curious, because there were a whole bunch of the 1.2 megapixel ones, like planetary or guide scopes, but those high resolution ones are kind of potentially interesting. Well, I mean, it depends on what you need. If you need a planetary camera, they got plenty of them, or guide camera. Anyway, what kind of tripod is this? Because sometimes some of these, it's like they, I don't know if they just ran out of steam labeling things. I'm not, I think I might. Okay, nice. So this is another one of those Solar Maxes, and another Solar Max. AQ26. Okay. Alex. Yeah, huh. Some interesting things. Interesting. Let's see. Premium accessory kit. What's a premium accessory kit? Solar filters. Oh. No. Object locators. Binoculars. Obviously, I need to go through this again. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to go through all of it right now, but I can't. It's like I can't look away. There's so much here. Okay, so premium accessory kit. Is this just like a... Okay, it's got some filters and some eyepieces. Fine. So that's a... Then this is another 1.2 megapixel. Yeah, interesting. That's 16-inch. That would be nice. But even if it sells for half that price, it would have to be deeply discounted. But there's two of them. It looks like two 16-inch and quite a few 10-inch, 8-inch ones. Some in lots, some not in lots. But yeah, if people want to coordinate, I'm definitely game for it. Oh man, what the heck? How the heck did I end up half an hour behind on the chat? 14 with GoTo, that's cool. Yeah, bargains will be in the lots. All items moved out. Yeah, and got a week. Oh, hey. Hello, sorry, I'm behind on the chat. Hi, Michaelis. Yeah, I haven't. It's cloudy today, but I might be bringing out the telescopes, the Seestars with Alp, in a couple days. Possibly tomorrow evening, but probably more likely Monday evening. Okay, cool. Got your registration. Yeah, there's a few 16 inches. Got a Meade mount, but upgraded. Not really a Meade. Yeah, 19 with no wedge. Yeah, that's kind of insane. Yeah, 20,000. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so much stuff. Oh, go. Sorry, Jovi. Thanks for dropping in. Uh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, honestly, it is, the Seestar is really handy for that. Like, um, yeah, I mean, you put it, if you're not doing equatorial, you put it outside, push the power button, and yeah, within a minute or two, you're ready to go. The Ballad of Broken Toys, yeah, yeah, that's true. Fairy tales could come true. I could end up. Oh, friction drive. Friction drive. Well, that's, huh. Is there, do you have a design, have you found a design for that? A manure spreader telescope for auction. Yeah, that's, it is funny, like towards the end, where you get into, just random stuff. Um, Air cushion machine and, floor scale forklift, step ladders, rolling ladders, hand trucks. It's like all the stuff for a warehouse. Telescope measuring machine. Wonder what that's about. Power tools, drill press, nitrogen tanks. Oh, that's handy. But I like how it has a label on it saying it's empty. I guess just in case somebody isn't sure. Tape dispensers, lots and lots for like packing tape. Shipping scales, thread gauge set, barcode scanners, hand trucks, gravity conveyor, collet spinner. Let's see, what is this? Laser. Huh. Is it like some kind of test workbench for testing out telescope measuring laser rig with assorted eyepieces? It's random. Oh, hey. Hey, Gary. Thanks for joining. Happy New Year to you, too. It's good to see you. Yeah, I've just been looking at this Meade auction, the Meade Orion Coronado auction of all their assets. Well, all their telescopes and other random things, binoculars, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, great. Glad to see you. But yeah, this it'll be interesting to see. I'll probably I might bid on something. Definitely not the 16-inch telescope. That's not in the budget. Even if it's even if it would have to be like 1/10 price, and even then, it doesn't come with the wedge or the tripod, so that would be kind of a difficult. Like, how would I even mount it? Because I don't have any kind of tripod or wedge that's strong enough to handle a 16-inch. Yeah. I mean, they have more realistic things. They have like, what do you call it? A lot of 8-inch, 8-inch Meade telescopes, SCT type telescopes. They have 10-inch ones, refractors, reflectors. They have a lot of solar telescopes. They even have a few APS-C cameras, a lot of guide cameras. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess, yeah. It'll be interesting. I'm like I say, I might place some bids, maybe just in the off chance that I can get something cheap. Um, I need to go through the solar telescopes again just to make sure there isn't like a double stack PST, because even if it isn't, so like the PST went for like $800, and then there was a double stack version of the PST that went for $1,600. So if they have any double stack PSTs, even if it's not the standalone PST adapter, it would be worth, not PST, this standalone double stack. If it's not the standalone double stack adapter, but the whole double stacked PST, if it was like deeply discounted, that could be worth it picking up, you know. Or definitely one of those Solar Maxes, but I mean, they're $5,000. They were $5,000 new, so I don't know how deeply discounted they'll be. One mount had a payload is, wow. Yeah, $10,000 for, yeah, I've seen that. High end kind of drive, no backlash. Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, one I saw, I don't know if it's the kind of drive, if the friction drive is the kind of drive you're talking about, but I saw one where, um, like if the telescope contacts the pier with this particular kind of mount, I don't know if it's a friction mount, it just slips instead of like continuing to try to drive the tube through the pier. Yeah, coronautoscopes. Yeah, so they have PSTs, so they have like the base ones, but then they also have like a bunch of the Solar Max 3s. It's like a 90 millimeter H alpha scope. Yeah, throw bids at everything I might. 339. Let's see. And actually, before I do that, I'm gonna throw the URL for the bid in there. $339. Yeah, 6. But I think that's just the. I think that's just the base PST. Although it says under 0.5. Yeah, the double stack was 0.5. So these must be these must be double stacks. Ah. Yeah, because it says 0.5. That's got to be the same thing. Because that's what they called it, the 0.5. It's a double stack. So that's what these are, but there's 6 of them. Yikes. 342 for parts. Ah. I accidentally hit the function key. Let's try this again. 342. Solar Max. Blocking filters. Maybe double stack adapter. But I think these are for the bigger one. Maybe. I don't know. I have to look at that. Yeah, this is for the 90 millimeter. Yeah, I really would. It would be nice to get that. Man, that Solar Max. Let me see. Actually, Solar Max 3. course, since it's no longer for sale. Let's see. So, but the Solar Max. So these are photos taken with the Solar Max 70 millimeter. So the 90 would be. That's pretty good, I'd say, right? I mean, but the close up. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, am I looping around now? Yeah, that's nice. So these are taken with the 70 and they're selling 90s, so that would make a nice scope. Oh, Solar Max 2 and 3. Okay. Yeah, solar fine. Well, they have a bunch of them. They have a bunch of Solar Maxes. So I wonder what happened. Oh, that's APT, so let's see. So this is what some of it, it's the Solar Max 3. It's a nice scope. I remember seeing these. I was like, geez, that would be a nice scope to have. Oh, I mean, the bids, it looks like the bidding has been pushed back to, I thought it was supposed to start on the 6th. It looks like it's now on the 8th, but still wrapping up on the 9th. So, yeah. No, I mean, some of it is, I think we're just kind of looking at things. I did notice there's two 16-inch scopes. But yeah, just kind of looking through it, and people were talking about things they were thinking of or looking at or interested in, like Dobsonians, and I mean the solar telescopes would be cool. Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. I should do that. I'll have like an auction stream. And what day is that? That's on the what day is it on? So it's Wednesday night. I wonder if is it going to be clear? It looks like Monday it's going to be clear here. Tuesday's iffy. Wednesday no. But that would be fine. At least I wouldn't be distracted by observing. And well, and plus it's going to be like cold for us. It's going to be down to freezing. I know. It's the horror. Okay, so let me look at this. The JWT Trident direct friction drive. I think this is the one I might have seen. 143 pounds. Nice. So if anybody wants to pick up one of those 16-inch Meades, this is the mount. This is the mount you need. I think this was Canadian dollars, but don't quote me on that. That is a quite amount. Wow. Well, are you planning on Star Traveler? Are you planning on making one of those? Because that would be, I mean, a friction mount in general. That would be cool. But yeah, this bid is kind of, this auction's kind of interesting. Right, high precision might not be able to pull it off. Yeah, no, I'm definitely curious because basically what I'm leaning towards is maybe getting one of those cheap harmonic drives, or trying to find an equatorial, like a, not an equatorial, but like an, a traditional equatorial um mount, like a Skywatch or something used. I've been kind of looking around for those. Um and but I do want something a bit more substantial at some point. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. The actually, do I have it here? I don't have it here. I have it. Yeah, the Jewey. Is this the one? There's several, um, but like, yeah, this one. This is the one I was looking at. It's it's up, supposedly up to 13 kilograms of payload without counterweight, and 18 with counterweight, which would be fine for what my short-term needs. But I am wanting to get something a bit, at some point I'll probably want something a bit more beefy than that. But for now, that'll probably do. Watsonville. Let me check something here. Yeah, that's, I've seen a couple of videos about it, and but yeah, it seems, they seem okay. I mean, especially in the near term. Yeah, I was just double checking to see if the clouds look any better, and nope. It was allegedly going to be clear, but turns out that was incorrect. Yeah, so what else was I on my agenda? Let's see. Because I'm not doing observing it, I won't be going, like, this won't be a marathon live stream tonight. Like I was saying, I'm pretty sure I'll do something, although now it's showing some clouds later in the day. Maybe I will do a Sunday night. I don't know. I'll have to play. Oh, but it's poor seeing, so I might just try to risk it Monday night. And this might change by Monday, but transparency cloudy. So I'll have to keep an eye on the weather, because it keeps shifting around. We have a front coming through that's going to drop the temperatures. But what else? So the this auction starts this week, so something to, and like you were saying, maybe Wednesday or like Turf suggested, maybe I'll do a live stream on Wednesday, an auction stream. That would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool if you can do a friction mount. Because yeah, like, there's some bigger types, some bigger setups that I've been considering, not in the short term, but might be a 2025 thing, might, if not, maybe 2026, but it might be 2025 thing. So, okay. Well, I say 2025, but who knows? I mean, it all depends on a number of other factors that are kind of beyond my control at this point. But yeah, one of the things, so one of my motivations of why I wanted to uh, kind of look through, do some photo processing tonight. Although I'm not sure how much I'll do tonight, honestly, at this point. But I want to update my thumbnail for my live streams because I've had the same one for several months now. And I think I'd basically kind of been going through different different photos that I had been taking and trying to figure out, well, because like right now I have, you know, like a galaxy, I have a nebula, and I have a globular cluster. Actually, the problem is like the galaxy I have is like a cluster of galaxies, and it was this photo I like, but it's on a YouTube thumbnail. It's not super obvious what's there even. So, and plus, since I've had that for a few months, I'm thinking I might I need to redo it. But let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so let me close that. Yeah, so the things I'd been kind of looking at is I spent a bunch of time kind of restacking things, just to see if any of them had potential. And these are turfs. Oh, this was another one. Speaking of the rasa in a dark sky, and I kind of made this too blue, but just the level of detail of the witch head. I'm trying to think, did I actually end up pulling that data? Did I even stack it? No, I didn't even stack it. Maybe I'll run that in the background. Oh, actually, I think I had a problem with that. So let me go look at this. This was the one I shot at the same time as Turf's photo, and I was like, the thing that I found kind of like I'm not even sure where the witch head is in this photo. Is this some of it? I think. I mean, this is in the histogram stretch in Cyril. It's like, I'm not even sure where that is. But, and it was the same length of exposure. This was 226, 226, so like 40 minutes of data. And, I mean, granted, it was, it's not my rasa. It was Turf, has a rasa 8, and he's in a Bortle 3 location. So a lot of it was the Bortle 3. It's just I'm slightly obsessed now with, I think, the two of them. So here's this was another photo that he took, and I just kind of re-stretched it in Cyril, and because he was like live stacking, and it was just popping like just in the live stack. So out of curiosity, I wanted to see, you know, with just like a 2-minute, 5-minute process of it, you know, just taking it and running it through. Actually, I don't think like I say, I don't think I didn't do much with Cyril. What did I do with it? Yeah, so I did the photometric color calibration. I did the star separation stretch in cosmic clarity recomposition, sharpened it in cosmic clarity, or City Astro I did the stretch, cosmic clarity did the sharpening, and then did a curve tweak in Cyril. And I think it was a similar thing for the witch head. And this was a little bit more data than I got. 300 oh no, but he had, I don't know, but oh, actually, how long were those frames you had, or those exposures, Turf? Um, but yeah, they're very Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's like a 6-inch RASA type scope. I mean, they look interesting. It's just I didn't have it wasn't in the budget. um, but I think the amount of time was actually less than what I got on mine. Okay, yeah, no, I think the witch head was, I think these were 8 second, because otherwise he would have had a lot more data than I did, and I think he only ran it about the same amount of time as I did, and so like his witch head versus mine, which was I'm sorry, that's just terrible. It looks terrible. I mean, I haven't done any processing on it. This is just the raw fit out of the Seestar. But it's just, yeah. I mean, a lot of it's, yeah. That's about how long mine was. But it's painful. It's painful to me. I mean, again, it's Bortle 3 versus Bortle 9, and a Seestar versus a Rasa. But and like here was, I mean, I'm actually pretty pleased with this, because this is an older thing I did of the Rosette. And I did this during a live stream. Now, this isn't the way it looked out of telescope. This was taking the native mosaics fit file and then doing kind of the same process I kind of do on a lot of things these days, where this one I ran it through Graxpert. I must have done kind of the cosmic clarity stretch. So I did or not cosmic clarity, the City Astro. So I did the star separation, stretched the starless and the stars separately, recombined them back in Serial, did curves adjustment in Serial using the alpha version that has the curves stretch, and then I sharpened it. And I was pretty pleased with this, to be honest. Like this was a what do you call it? It was 300 seconds or 3,000 seconds, so over 40 minutes, over 45 minutes of data. So I wasn't too unhappy with that, to be honest. But then again, the Rasa, again, dark skies were a huge factor, but the Rasa itself is a huge factor, I think. And just the star field is, I should have done more star reduction on this, but just to make it closer to the other. But like the just the helps if I know how to actually operate this. Oh, come on, man. But yeah, like, I mean, some of it is, running it through cosmic clarity, where it really tightens up the stars, but kind of like the Blur-X and stuff, but still, it's just, yeah, just really, after that live stream where, 25, yes, you're right, because since I restacked them in Serial, I restacked the fit files, and I have kind of this long kind of file name in the script I use for the stacking, like the target, exposures, but then, and the date, but then I also have, the cumulative number of seconds according to the information in the individual fit files. So your Rosette was 1900 seconds, and mine was, because I didn't restack this because it's a mosaic, but it's 317 times 10, so it's 3100 seconds. So it's comparable. So, well, actually mine is more, 3100 seconds versus 1900 seconds. And then in the case of the witch head, it was 2,500 seconds on that. So, okay, witch head. Let me check on Discord. All right. Oh, wow. That's really nice. And this was shot with a Rokinon. This was shot with a Rokinon. That looks really nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, in the comment, it's like, yeah, look at the galaxies. There's like little galaxies in there. It's very nice. Oh, there's a bunch more over here. Yeah, to be fair, like, I'm no processing expert, so I don't know how much I need to. I'm kind of. I want to go back and reprocess what I had done with Turf's image, just to torment myself even more. Oh, hey, yeah, that's yeah. Well, isn't that funny timing? It's like, yeah, your photo. This was what prompted it was. Let me just quit that. What prompted that, Dave, and welcome, by the way. What prompted it was I've become a bit obsessed with the rasa as of late, for better or worse. Now, Turf, who Turf in the chat, he was sharing his rasa 8 a few days ago on the stream, and we were imaging the same target. Now it was like a Seestar in a Bortle 9, mine, and his rasa in a Bortle 3. And so what prompted it is like, this was a live, it wasn't a live, it was a live, we were live stacking it, and then I just, did I restack this? I may not have even, I forget, I might not have even restacked it, honestly. Did I restack this? No, I didn't restack this. I just took the live stack, I think, and then did a light processing, and it ended up way too blue in the background, and I need to go redo it. But this was, like I say, this was basically just a live stack, and then me making it blue and then too lazy to go back and fix it. But I mean, the one thing I like the field and how quickly, like, this was 2,500 seconds of data. I'm having, like, I don't know why I'm having these issues with zooming today, but yeah, and so what prompted it is I was looking at that and, comparing it to to the attempt at the witch head that I did, where I'm like, I can't even see the witch head in this, because since I didn't run it with the light pollution filter because it's reflection, but I'm in Bortle 9, so it's just a hot mess. And I'm sure I know people can get, I've seen witch heads in Bortle 9, but they had a lot more data than the 30-40 minutes that I had. Yeah, let me see. And Seiko is like Bortle 1 or 2. So let me see. Let me see, where did you put the Oh, in the general chat. Wait, where'd you put it? Oh, somewhere in general chat. Ooh. Good luck for me finding this. I'm just looking. I see some M42. I see some Pleiades. Oh, now I see the, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure when that was. But yeah, it's I've become a bit obsessed with it just because of the speed and the the speed and the aperture. Yeah, I'm sure watching a portal light. I mean, sometimes I get. I mean, I like that the rosette. I mean, it's not like, you know, as amazing as some people's stuff, but I think for a Seestar in less than an hour and a few minutes processing it, I mean, I think it's pretty, you know, like lazy processing. It's not terrible. Like it's something, you know. Okay, 1127. Let me go look at that. Let me look at that. Yeah. Oh, I went too far back. I went back. Let me. 1127. Almost there. 1127. 1127. Oh. I almost didn't recognize it. That's why. Okay, so this is Seiko's rosette with from, what was it? Yeah, 29 minutes of data. You can get I don't suppose you have any witch head, Seiko. But yeah, just the just very I'm getting a bit obsessed with it. Of course, I also need to figure out how to deal with yeah, it looks really nice. I also need to figure out a slightly an equally large problem of my sky conditions. The witch head is, I don't know if it has an NGC number. I have it down as IC 2118, I think. Yeah, IC 2118. I don't know if it has an NGC number. Doesn't look like it. So IC 2118. But yeah, that the photo from the photo that Star Traveler shared of from Dave is really nice with a broken eye. What kind of let me look at that again in Discord. So what kind of, so that that witch head, Dave, if what, how long of an exposure was that, and what kind of Bortle skies did you take that from? I'm just kind of curious on the. Oh, sorry. And for some reason my chat just like locks up periodically. Let me take a sip of water. Let me see. But see now, so in 2025, it's not really a formal plan or anything, but I'm definitely, I'm thinking of, I want to do some more experiments with the Seestar, specifically kind of live stacking outside of the Seestar, using whatever sharp cap or Cyril or whatever. But because I've kind of played around with it before, but I want to do it again, but with both Seestars. So kind of using ALP to run the same schedule, same target on both of them. I would probably change the equatorial one. I'd either change the equatorial one to be alt azimuth, or I have to get another wedge and make the alt azimuth one equatorial. But then I would image the same target, dump everything into a shared or a common directory, and then kind of live stack against that. So that would let me accumulate data twice as fast, which, you know, I need everything I can, every advantage I could get. Okay. Bortle 3 5-minute subs. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, so my plans for the upcoming, or for this year, are to continue to try to do more in Bortle 9, both with the Seestars and with another scope. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking I might do, because I went ahead and bought like the, I mean, I don't know if you can do it with the free version, but I paid the $18 or 18 pounds or whatever it was to get the pro version of SharpCap. So since I now have a computer that can run it, that's what I was thinking of, is having some kind of basically sync the files off the Seestar into a folder, and then live stack it. And okay, no witch head. Bummer. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, but yeah, so that's the thought, is to try to do process, run them in parallel. And also I'm kind of curious, because although I do the live stacking, I use the live stack from the Seestar, and then because ALP applies a Graxpert stretch to it, it sometimes the colors can be sometimes better in ALP sometimes. But I'm kind of curious about the level of something like SharpCap, and that it gives you extra control over the stacking. So that might actually be something I might try out this week. And also part of my motivation is, since I want to bring a third scope into the mix, just for my own sanity and simplicity of doing that during a live stream. I think kind of pairing the two Seestars together might help simplify things for me. Just being able to kind of point the pair of them at one target, and then point another scope at something else. But I was thinking maybe not every night, but maybe I'll do that some nights. Like if it ends up being clear during the Mars occultation next week, or in 9 days, My thought was, my initial thought is I'm going to have, or what I hope to do is have the Seestar kind of viewing the moon, just kind of locked into the moon, because it'll be great with that. It'll just stay locked, and then I don't have to think about it. And then with another setup, I'm going to try to get something closer into Mars, and that's my hope. Yeah, so do not process images. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing I want to try to do is kind of up my live stacking game, to try to bring it up as high as possible. And I'm looking forward to being clear again, because I was like looking through cloudy nights, like they have monthly observing challenges in their EAA forum, and I was like, so I came up with I was looking through it and seeing things that I can actually see from my backyard, and also looking at kind of the brightness of them, and I came up with a whole bunch of them. I mean, some of them are targets I've already imaged, but there were definitely some new ones, and some of them I won't necessarily do with the Seestar, but like another kind of the third telescope. And really what I need to do is, well, not need to do, but what I want to do is get another tripod for the because I'm like, this was the issue the other few days ago, where I have two Skywatcher tripods, and usually I have the two Seestars on it, but those tripods came with other mounts. So one of them came with that solar tracker mount, a HelioQuest or whatever it is, and then the other one came with a GTI mount. And so I was using the GTI mount, and so I ended up putting one of the Seestars on just a photography tripod, and it was kind of janky, because unfortunately the spare, I have a beefier photo tripod, but it's tied up in here for like the camera that is pointing at me right now. I mean, it's not like a super fancy, but it's at least a little bit more stable, whereas the tripod I had the Seestar on was almost like a travel tripod. It was a step above a travel tripod, but it's still a pretty compact one. So without getting it too shaky, it only got up to, a few feet. Yeah, well, I mean, there were Polaroid cameras, and we had a Brownie camera back in the day. Yeah, okay, that would be cool. Yeah, I mean, just kind of curious what you come up with. Um, this one looks interesting. The one that's on the Wikipedia. Huh. Anyway, yeah, so I was thinking I should get another kind of Skywatcher tripod, and they have cheap ones on or you can get them for a bit cheaper off AliExpress. Because the one tripod I have for the GTI is definitely a lot heavier weight a tripod, and so that's the one I would probably use with like a new mount. Yeah, Bortle. The lowest Bortle is 1, so it's like a 1 to 9 scale, and in urban cores it's usually 8 or 9, and mine is definitely a 9, and so it's about as bad as it can be. Bortle 1 is basically no light, no artificial light, pretty much, or a very, very low level. It's not even like rural skies. It's like you have to be pretty remote. Oh, in the USA. I mean, there's a bunch of Bortle one locations throughout the US, but like looking in Texas, so this this is the white zone of where I am, and like basically the only areas that are really Bortle 1 are way out here, like out in West Texas, and then there's some like little patches in here, kind of Kerrville, and I think there's some stuff up in the Panhandle. Yeah, like this area here, between Amarillo and Abilene. There's well, that's some of this is Bortle 2, but it's close. Bortle 1 and Bortle 2 are very close to each other. So like this area is really dark. Yeah, Portal Zero space. Yeah. What camera do I want? Do I want? I mean, I got a 585 color, but eventually, oh yeah, so in Amarillo. So from where you are, that's right, you're in Amarillo. So like there's these areas kind of like near New Mexico, Colorado, that are definitely Bortle 1, or like I say, this area between Abilene and Amarillo. So not even like this road through Post and Snyder. So like this area from Abilene, like, yeah, Guthrie, like this area, it would be a Bortle 1 or 2, probably 2. And then this area kind of, as you're heading to New Mexico, it starts getting pretty dark. And I want to say, I don't know if it was Wiley's site or someone else was mentioning going up somewhere in this area. Like this area has some really nice dark skies out here. Oh, for the witch head, what camera? I don't know. What do you call it? Seiko was using a 4/3. I think a 294 based camera. Oh, hey, Clovis. Yeah. No observing tonight, Chris, and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. But at least it like allegedly was good. Astrospheric showed that it would be clearer a little bit, but I looked out and it wasn't. So I was just kind of talking about the Meade auction and some astronomical events coming up. Like there's a Mars occultation. The moon's gonna go over Mars in 9 days, so that'll be cool if it's clear. And then also kind of looking at people's dark sky results, since I've become a little obsessed with dark skies in a Bortle, a low Bortle. Yeah, Palo Duro Canyon. Yeah, because Palo Duro, where is Palo Duro? Is it over here? Oh, Turkey, Texas. I forgot about Turkey. I've been through all this area before, because like one of my nephews was going to college at Tech, and so I did quite a few trips up here. And then also I've traveled through Amarillo a number of times going out west, because like I would go that way too. So I would go through to go to the Grand Canyon, go to Flagstaff, stuff like that. Okay, yeah. Because like this whole area up here, like the Panhandle of Oklahoma, northern Panhandle of Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado, like this whole area is a nice big dark, pretty dark area. For some reason, I didn't know there was a Las Vegas, New Mexico. Did not know that. Yeah, Okie Tex. Yeah, for dark skies. Yeah, is here. What border is El Paso? See, I mean, like the urban centers tend to be high, but El Paso isn't as big, so like it looks like Bortle 7 is is all. So it is better. It's just not as it's not a dark sky. And actually, like, what is Amarillo? Now I'm curious what Amarillo is. Amarillo is actually Bortle 6 in the city, so that's good. At least it's not as bad. Because like where I am, it's just, I mean, it's like I'm in the mid. Oh, that's Dallas. So Wiley site has the same issue I have, but like I'm here, and it's being charitable and saying 8 to 9, but it's when I measured the SQM using an app, it was like 16 some point something. It was terrible. So yeah, and that's why my all sky camera looks like it's daylight sometimes. Like the sky looks blue because if I do any kind of exposure to try to get some stars on the all sky camera, it brings up the brightness of the sky where it ends up looking blue. Okay, so you have quite a menu. I mean, honestly, if to compare it to, I mean, your pick, 294 maybe, or you could always go with the 2600. Okay, south of Amarillo. Okay, yeah. Odessa. Yeah, that was the thing, and I think I don't know if it was Gary was talking about that having issues with drilling platforms, or he went to some site where there were drilling issues. Yeah, like Odessa is 6, but it is funny because like look at this, like there's no labeled town here, and yet that's Portal 8-9. Like look at that. That must be because I've seen a few of these out in West Texas where there's no town that I can tell, and yet it has like some insane level of light, and it just doesn't. Yeah, like look at this 8-9. Is this in? I think this is in Loving County, which has like 40 people. If that's Loving County, yeah, that might be Loving County. And there's like 40 people there in the county, like full-time residents. And yet it's Portal 9 there. It's because of the drilling stuff. That's kind of crazy. That stinks. You're like out in the middle of nowhere and it's like blindingly bright. Yeah, it's yeah, oil plum. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The flares too. But yeah, but it's crazy like because you look at some of the other areas around here, it's like yeah, Bortle 2, Bortle 1. Like it's funny because the artificial brightness, you get to Big Bend and it's like 0. There is no artificial brightness. There's no artificial lighting out there, or very very little because there's not many people who live there. Um, but yeah, this is funny. Actually, let me look that up. Mentown. There's 15 people there, and it's Portal 9. That's hilarious. There's 15 people in Mentown, Texas, and yet it's a Portal 9. That's kind of yeah. But there's a lot. That's full-time people, but there might be, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of people out there. I don't know, sometimes with oil platforms out there. But yeah, I think that might be Loving County, which is the most sparsely populated county in Texas. 43 people in the county. Yeah. And yet they have Bortle 9. Yeah. Yeah. That's, yeah. No, that's good. But it is funny because like the oil drilling, and actually the other area you see it is in the Gulf of Mexico. So like here's the coast. So why are there all these like high Bortle locations out? Or not necessarily high, but these are out in the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, Bortle 6 out here. But yeah, it's interesting because like you can see where the rigs are with this. It was interesting when I was looking. I'm like, oh, hey, that's where they are. And then there's like some clumps of them over here near the Mississippi. Oh, right, because they also have like there's a massive. Is that or I thought it was closer to the shore. They have like a massive offloading platform for natural gas. Right, prisons light up the sky. That's. But yeah, these kind of lights out in the Gulf of Mexico are kind of interesting. But the fact that that place, and there again, like look at all these lights, and there's very few people that live in this area, and yet it's got like tons of lights. Actually, this whole area, like that many people don't live out here, at least not permanently. Like Monaghan's, Bortle 5. Yeah, 7,000 people. But this 15-person city that has Bortle 9, that's definitely oil activity. Roswell. Albuquerque. Clayton. But yeah, it is interesting looking at this map because sometimes things don't quite add up where you're like, why is there such a bright source of light in that particular area? That's interesting. The prisons is one of them that Supermax prison that El Chapo's at? Is that where that prison is? I know it's in Colorado somewhere. And really like Bortle 1 is and 2 are all well and good, but like some of these blue areas, dark blue, where they're like Bortle 2 and even like Bortle 3 and 4 are nice. I mean, at least like you can see the Milky Way and stuff. But so you don't have to go for the gray areas, like even getting to some of these darker blue areas are a huge improvement. Now the problem is where I live, to get to some of those areas, like here along the coast, there's a Bortle 3 that would probably be the closest to where I live, and then there's some up in the woods here. The Davy Crockett. Is that where the Davy Crockett? Yeah, the Davy Crockett National Forest is up here, which I always thought was kind of a funny that they named it after Davy Crockett. But yeah, but otherwise, yeah, I end up having to go quite a distance to get to anything under like 4 or under. I have thought about going down to Sargent here because there's some area here that's like Bortle 3, but it's like that hurricane hit that area, so I don't know how what kind of damage was sustained. Dark spot in Colorado's an army base. Oh, this area or this area? That's like in New Mexico. What was it? Where's Socorro? Salmagordo. Okay, Socorro. Yeah, so this is Socorro, and this is White Sands Missile Range. So like this area. So, and I want to say this area where it's a little lighter, Bortle. Still Bortle too, but it's I want to say that's where like there's a small base there. It's also where, if I recall correctly, that's about where Trinity site is. I think that's the base. Yeah, because you come down this road and then go south. So it must be where it is. Because it's like in the middle of nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's on that road. So it is kind of interesting seeing the light view of it. Kind of, again, trying to figure out, like, why is there a light spot there? It's a little bit kind of like a GeoGuessr. Light pollution guesser. I should start that. Or maybe we could do that. Could do not today, but have a light pollution guesser. Anyway. What else? Loving County. But yeah, it's yeah, anyway, let me take a sip. Speaking of New Mexico, I forgot. I'm wearing my my VLA Very Large Array t-shirt. It's that's the radio telescope array in New Mexico. The Very Large Array. And I haven't been plugging it as aggressively today, but if you haven't liked the video, please like it. It does help. Does help the channel. But yeah, the VLA. So this radio telescope array, that's it near Socorro as well. It's on the other side of the interstate from where Trinity site is. But actually, it's a little south. Like you go south out of Socorro, and then there's like a state road that cuts over the what do you call it? Let me find that. So yeah, Socorro, and yeah, you head out of here, and there's a little town here, Magdalena, and I think it's somewhere around here, like off 90 in it, somewhere around here. So it's quite dark out there, but I didn't hang around there because I was there for the to see the radio telescope. But it's anyway, it's a, you know, NARO, National Radio, what do you call it? So they have so they, you know, you can visit it. They have a couple times a year they have an open house there. And it's, you know, like funded by government and universities and stuff. But they did come up with a kind of membership thing, which if I definitely think it's a worthwhile thing. Basically, they help. They did it as kind of like, what do you call it, a school bus fund, to basically help get uh, help help local regional schools send kids there on field trips, because it is kind of a remote area, and some local middle school probably wouldn't be able to necessarily afford the expedition to get there. But they do that, and they also, like, I think they've done visits. I saw something where they have like a portable planetarium that they take to some local schools and show. So it's part of their outreach, basically. It helps fund some of that. So that's why I wear this T-shirt. I actually have been wearing it. I think about a year ago. I was out there, and more than a year ago. But then they had this thing where, because I was on their newsletter, and they're like, "Oh, this is the help, with outreach," and I'm like, that's cool. Help kind of bring interest in uh, to young people, and I think that's cool. Very worthwhile. Let me look at Australia on the light pollution map. Oh, if I can even get there on this map. I ran into an issue where wow. Outside of kind of the perimeter, there's a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, the VLA, definitely, if you definitely recommend going there. And I think their membership thing is definitely kind of worthwhile, astronomically themed kind of thing. But yeah, look at this. Not a whole lot of light pollution here. That is... Wow. That is impressive. No artificial brightness. Hey, Bortle 1, Bortle 1. It's all Bortle 1. All of it is Bortle 1. That's impressive. And even along the coast here, you get areas that are Bortle 1, just kind of south of, just along the coast here. Oh, that's nice. So much Bortle 1. Wow. Impressive. Yeah, not something I have experience with. Not a whole lot of Bortle 1. Even in the, I mean, except in some of the western states, like as a percentage. Like Nevada has a lot of, as a percentage of area, I'd say. Utah, New Mexico has a good amount. But even then, like, there's still a lot of lighting in a lot of places. So to get to a Bortle 1 was definitely a bit more of a challenge in the lower 48. Yeah, it's the opposite. Yeah, that's true. It's like, it's pretty much like, yeah, because like, even in the interior US, I mean, there's enough lighting everywhere. Even this is like considered Bortle 2. Actually, speaking of oil, let's go up to... Yeah. So I guess if you get in, you have like in the Dakotas, there's some, as I would kind of expect, and then some of these areas, yeah, a lot up here in Montana, as I would kind of expect, but even then, yeah, for the most part, it's and then out east, forget about it. um, like you get some in Maine, some Bortle one in Maine, and then like this area here looks almost it's Bortle 2. But it looks pretty nice and dark there, but yeah, otherwise not a lot of which is why like the satellite view of North America or the US from space is just so much light. Yeah. But yeah, what else? Oh shoot. I like tabbed the wrong way. Yeah. So what else? The ads on this light pollution site are just abysmal. Man. Let me see what other tabs I might have that are better. Yeah, it alleges that it was clear, but looks like I don't know. Sunday night. Actually, now Monday looks like it's going to be okay in the evening. Well, if that holds, I'll definitely do it Monday evening then. A live observing stream. And I should actually have I might be able to actually do first light on the new scope and camera. So yeah. I remember showing that to my kids. It's funny because it looks like it doesn't look real. What was it? Yeah, so North Korea at night. Yeah, where it just it doesn't even look like there's land there. It doesn't look like there's land there. But yeah, here it shows where there should be a country. Yeah, that's just crazy. It just looks crazy. It's just bizarre that there's so little light there. Where it just looks like it looks like something was cut out of the map, you know. Yeah, this like yeah, North America. So much light. But yeah. I mean it looks cool and pretty at night, but it is kind of unfortunate if you actually are trying to observe anything at night. Oh, look at this. Italy. That looks cool. I mean, but again, if you're actually trying to observe, that kind of stinks. Yeah, it was one of those things. It was a used telescope on High Point Scientific, like a refurb. And so it was something it's not a particularly expensive scope, so but it's something that's more telephoto than anything I have right now. So, or I say telephoto, something with higher focal length than anything I have right now. So, it wasn't. I was debating. Well, I had mentioned it on I guess a previous stream about whether I would go with if I should go with a faster scope, not a faster scope. If I should go for a wide field fast scope, like say a RASA or a C8 with a Hyperstar, or should I go with something with, like I was talking about, like maybe a Mac, Maxotov Cassegrain, or yeah. So like those were a couple of different not directions, but a couple of different options I was thinking of. Basically, I plan on doing both eventually because I like the Seestar kind of where it lands as far as, well, the convenience is huge, but as far as targeting, like I want something I could do more planetary and small galaxy and planetary nebula photography, because like the Seestar doesn't, like, I mean, like the Helix Nebula is great on the Seestar. I mean, this is unprocessed. This is just the fit, but like, but that's a big one, but like most of the other ones are just too small, and a lot of the galaxies are just too small, and so I wanted something with a higher focal length, but then, you know, other targets like, and seeing Turf's Rasa just, well, and Seiko's Rasa has just kind of reinforced it in my mind that I want something along those lines. Now, would it be a Rasa? The other option I had been looking at is a fast Newtonian, like an F, like they have those F4 Newtonians, but then that goes towards, I need a beefier mount, a much beefier mount. So like, because those things start getting heavy, like this one weighs 36 pounds, but then they have like a 12-inch, and these are F4, but then they have, I know the 8-inch has a focal reducer and coma corrector, and it turns it into like an F3.5 or something, which isn't as fast as a Rasa, but it's still pretty fast. So this is $1,800 new, and this thing weighs 57 pounds. So yeah, that starts getting a bit out of hand. So yeah, but then at least the Skywatcher ones, like I was watching a few videos of people, you know, the things they have to, or they end up upgrading, like the spider vane and the focuser and stuff like that. So I don't know. I do have a guide camera. I have a 120 mm ASI. Oh, right. Yeah. You know, the thing that really bugged me today, I'd never really thought about it. But I was looking at Stellarium and I had turned off the horizon and I saw the small Magellanic Cloud and I'm like, wait, it gets within 11 or 12 degrees below my horizon, which is still way too low, but it's like close enough where I'm just like, oh, I mean, that's still like hundreds of miles north of where it would get to the horizon, but that was closer than I guess I'd never really done the math on it, but it was like close enough that I was just like, I guess I didn't realize that it's just lurking there below my horizon, just barely lurking below the horizon. Oh well. That's why I need to do more with the remote telescope stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And when is the eclipses next year? The solar eclipse? Oh, there's one in 2028. It's 2028. So that's down the road. Then there was one in 2040, I think, or 2030. Yeah, so it's 2028. Wait. Eclipses in Australia. Okay, lunar, solar is in 2028. And then there was one in 20. There's a partial solar eclipse this year, visible in Australia, 2028, and then 2030 there's another total solar eclipse. Yeah. Yeah, there's yeah, probably there's yeah, I forget where the next one was, but a lot of, yeah, the Arctic areas always end up getting a lot of them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey? That's true. Although how far is oh yeah, that's true. That's true. It wouldn't necessarily be for the eclipse itself, but since I'd be in the neighborhood, as it were. Yeah. In the big scheme of things, I'd be in the neighborhood. But yeah, so like I wanted something more telephoto, more higher focal length, but I also wanted something. But because one of the options was, well, I'll get a C8 and a Hyperstar. But the problem is sometimes I want to do both things like in the same night, where I want to image something close up, but then also maybe a wider field target. And so the disadvantage of a C8 with a Hyperstar is I'm not going to be switching back and forth. Like I have to, pick a lane for a given night or given week or whatever. But which is why I was kind of leaning towards having a higher focal length telescope and then something faster and bigger to collect more light in a and have a decently wide field. So maybe not as wide as the Rasa, but maybe. And like fast Newtonian was, I guess, the other option I was thinking of. And I think I was talking to, what was it? The user is his user on Discord is P Brain. Not P Brain. What am I? Oh yeah, P Brain event. Anyway, I was talking to him and he was he pointed out that the advantage of the fast Newtonian is you don't have to have necessarily the special higher speed filters like the light pollution filters, because there's the ones that are like the general ones, and then there's different ones that work with like Rasas. So an F4 Newtonian wouldn't be so fast, I think, that you couldn't just use a normal filter. So yeah, that was, yeah. I've never actually been to Australia, although I know several people there. Former coworker, classmate of mine from college. Those are two that come to mind. Oh, actually, and another former coworker lives in a, yeah. Yeah, so I know several people in Australia. So I'd have to stay there a longer period of time. Anyway, but yeah, so I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily get the 12-inch, but you know, like the 8-inch. Uh, was it the 8-inch or was it the 6-inch? Yeah, the 6-inch, $600. F3.9, and it also comes with a coma corrector focal reducer, which I think moves it down to like F3.5 or something. It's 6 inches, but that's still like, I mean, again, what I'm trying to balance is like having, I mean, it's a variety of things. It's a setup tear down. I don't want to have like a huge scope. I don't have a good place to like even, I mean, I was trying to think of a good place I could even put a pier in my backyard, but I don't see that happening necessarily anytime soon. So like setup and tear down are a factor. I don't want to have to like scale everything up, you know, bigger mount, bigger tripod. And so that's why realistically I was thinking more like a 6 or 8 inch Newtonian or an 8-inch Rasa, something that's kind of a little bit more manageable, or an 8-inch C8 with a Hyperstar. Because that would be cool too. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So so that's kind of, I'm still kind of debating which one to spend more time and resources on, but the the price on that the higher focal length scope was kind of like I couldn't quite pass on it, I guess. Um, but I might end up with one of these Newtonians, or maybe I'll get a Rasa. And then I realized, or I was thinking, then there would be four four people with Rasa eights. Um, Seiko, Turf, and P Brain all have Rasas. Bolted a pier to a driveway. Oh. Bolted your pier to a driveway. No, that's cool. Yeah, I don't have that option. I don't have much of a driveway. Um so it would have to be in the backyard, and the problem is I don't have much of a backyard either. So uh and then plus I don't even know where I would put it in my backyard, because my backyard is just so terrible, like from a horizon obstruction point of view, you know. It's just it's just bad. And so and the problem is, like, there's different spots in the backyard that are bad in different ways. Like, I usually shoot from the same spot, but it's definitely not the necessarily the optimal location in the backyard. There's an area kind of at the other end of the backyard that's better. Um, in some ways, but then it has more house lights hitting it, because there's like a room that usually has lights on it at night, like right next to it. So, but then again, I don't. The telescopes aren't pointing that direction anyway, because there's my house there, so it would be pointing away. So I don't know. So maybe over there would be a good location. Maybe I do more than one pier, have one on each end of the yard. I don't know. So that was another thing I've been doing this past week, kind of while it's still kind of in the New Year's, before kind of things get back to work fully and start ramping up when people start showing back up uh, in the office. I was looking at pier videos on making piers, um, and actually there was one Cheap Astro had done. Actually, there were a couple of them. Like, he referenced another one, but he did one where he did like a, was it a metal or concrete column? But it was attached to a, like a tire that had concrete in it, so it was portable. But yet it was so heavy, it's not gonna have vibration. And then he showed someone else had taken a concrete bird feeder and flipped it upside down. And so it's stable, but yet you don't have to, sink a concrete footing into the ground. Yeah. So that was also things I was looking at. I'm like, well, since I don't even know where I would put it, something like that might be an option. Just kind of do something temporary that I can move if it turns out that area is terrible. And then at least, it's okay. Aluminum looks like that's true. Could do a rooftop. I mean, I do theoretically have an area I could do something like that. The problem is it would have to be, realistically, it would have to be automated. Like an automated dome and stuff. Which is why I wasn't completely, completely I wasn't completely joking about wanting to have it something like that. The only other problem is we get terrible winds here because of like storms. Like we had a hurricane last year, so I need to figure that part out. Oh, snow tonight. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, not something we have here. Well, although we might be getting snow this week, but it's not going to accumulate. It'll probably be above freezing if it snows. But inland in Texas, they'll definitely have some snow. I think between here and Dallas, it was showing a chance of snow. But yeah, I guess so. My dilemma now is, wide angle, and then also I guess the bigger thing is even if I have both of those scopes, like what? I guess it would depend on the night and the season, but like what kind of things do people want to see? Do they want to see? I mean, the Seestar is definitely something I want to keep doing because I feel like it's a very, like, I can do it any night. Any night it's clear, I could do the Seestar observing. Especially if I'm just doing the alt azimuth, I don't have to deal with polar alignment. I can set it up quickly, which is especially important in the summer. Or even spring when I start having like massive issues with mosquitoes where I don't want to dwell outside. But I guess, like there's a lot of targets and just, it probably, I'm guessing it would be a mix because like we've looked at planets and the moon and nebulas and galaxies. And I guess by adding something like a fast Newtonian or a Rasa and also something with a higher focal length, it kind of broadens what I can image and image in a little, I don't want to even say a reasonable time. I'm still fighting Bortle 9, but at least it would be a little faster. 3 inches of snow in Montana. Oh, that's almost nothing. That's like a dusting for Montana. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that on a YouTube thing where it looked like, yeah, that it was going to be east of you. I mean, further east, like kind of in the middle of the country, north to south, and kind of starting in, I don't know, Missouri, and then just going east from there. So that'll be, yeah. Yeah, not so much here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Actually, starting in Kansas and going just kind of due east. Banana belt. I guess it's all relative. It's all relative. You know, what's hot or what's hot and cold. I mean, my parents grew up in Wisconsin, so my dad my dad kind of ran warm, and so he thought it was hilarious uh, how some of his coworkers would put on parkas when it got down to like 60 degrees, you know, because he's like, yeah. I was actually with him once when he put gloves on. We were in Montana, I think, and it was the wind chill was below zero, and he was pumping gas, and he actually put his gloves on because it was what's the name of the town we were in? Uh, what is the name of that town? I'm really kind of, well, it is random Erewhon, so I'm just being random. But it was what town we were in? We were in Cutbank. We were in Cutbank, Montana, and it was funny because like we had driven. We were staying at a place near Glacier, and we had kind of driven down to Cutbank, and it was windy, and there was snow, but like not a lot of snow. But we found out while we were in Cutbank before we headed back that they had to shut down, or that I thought, did they shut down the interstate, or because like the visibility dropped too low from like blowing snow across the interstate. It was something like that, and it's like we totally missed it. Horizontal. Yeah, it was. I mean, the actual temperature when we were in Cutbank was, it was probably it may have been single digits Fahrenheit, and then it was windy. It was really windy. Um, so yeah, the wind chill was pretty brutal. This was around. It was around Christmas one year, a few years back, a number of years back, over 20 years back. Um, oh, 30 miles north of Missoula. Yeah, I think we've talked about that. I was in Essex, Montana, just which is it's on the Amtrak line. Um, we were at the Isaac Walton Inn, which is an old is a Great Northern Railroad, um, one of the lodges. Was it Isaac? It was a different spelling. It wasn't like, yeah. This was the place we stayed at, and it looks just like that. It's really neat, but it's on this road that's kind of midway between, I don't know if it's east and west entrances to Glacier National Park, but it's like on the road between the two. Um, it's a very pretty area. Don't ask me why we ended up there, but we did. It was really neat. Yeah, yeah, Cutbank. It was very windy there, very windy there. But yeah, that was the Isaac Walton Inn. Yeah, Great Northern Railroad. It's funny, I remembered that detail. But yeah, we weren't there in the summer. That looks lovely though. Oh, vintage shuttle. That's cool. I don't remember if I saw that when we were there. Yeah, when we were there, it was more like this photo where there was like snow everywhere. It was cool. That was a number of years ago. Anyway, let's see. Let me see what other things with the photos. Yeah, maybe just kind of looking through these should give me an idea. See, like this galaxy, C7 is kind of a bit on the small side. And you can do like I've seen good results and I've gotten good results with like drizzling the image with the Seestar, but I guess I just wanted like a bit more reach native. And again, these are just the raw stacks. And I just like threw literally all the data I had at it. See things like this, and then I was talking with somebody today, and I was looking at stuff in Stellarium and wider fields than like the Seestar does. You know, stuff around the 200, 300 millimeter kind of focal length. And the RASA is 400, so or the RASA 8 is 400, so that's even around there, up to 400 was still, I guess, with a bigger sensor. Anyway, long story short, I was kind of like looking at a bunch of different things, and I was thinking, oh, it would be nice to have something wider than the Seestar, but that is also fast. See, what was this one? The Pleiades kind of stank. Oh, the Wizard Nebula. I need to do something with that because, yeah, it doesn't. Now here were some other ones. Okay, this was a native Seestar mosaic that I had processed. These are some older ones that I was kind of gathering for ideas. And then this was the raw image of 24,000 seconds of data I have of the Crescent Nebula. And then there's that image I have of Rosette, actually. Let's see. Wonder how much data. Sorry, I did say I was going to do photo processing, but I'm not sure how much I'll actually do, but yeah, there's a decent amount of data. I wonder, I didn't get much of the, yeah. Just trying to see where there's actually data there. Anyway, so yeah, that's, I don't know. Like, is a fast Newtonian enough? Okay. You're gonna torment us with that. Oh man. That looks really rough. That looks rough. Palm trees and ocean. That looks tough. Especially for the people who are in an environment more like this. I'm sure that's tough. Actually, even here it's kind of gray and cool, or it wasn't cool today, but it was very gray and not great. What was it? The other? Yeah. So let me look at this Stellarium. So. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. was doing a remote test. So if we do, so let me pick a target. What would be a good target? I'll do Orion to start with, the Orion Nebula. Because it's kind of indicative of some of the things. Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. My mom had a garden up in Wisconsin, but we had only like three or four frost-free months of the year, where it's like guaranteed no frost. So that kind of constrains what you can do. Not a World Heritage Site. So this is the field of view of the Seestar. And I have a refractor. And then this would be the field of view with, so this with the reducer with a 585 camera. So that's cool. With a 294 type camera, you just, or an APS-C, start getting where you can get Orion and Horsehead in one shot. So that's cool. But then like the Rasa with an APS-C, so that's a nice, good field of view for the Rasa 8. And that Skywatcher Newtonian with the reducer, still not too bad. And that's with, now, yeah, that's with the APS-C. Now the thing I'm not 100% sure is if the Newtonian would kind of actually light up. I don't know that the image circle is big enough for full frame, but if it was, then that's not quite all the way to the Horsehead, but it's kind of getting there. Yeah, but not the Flame Nebula. So whereas with the Rasa, that might not be an option. So I don't know. Oh, 7 different fruit trees at home? That's cool. That's really cool. So yeah, I don't know. So I guess that's kind of my dilemma is, or do I just, like in the nearer term, do I just go with something like, well, because I'd also looked at that HAC, which is kind of like, almost like a Rasa, the Skywatcher, that weird one that you can only get through AliExpress, but it's kind of limited in the kind of sensor you can have. I don't even know if you can do a 4/3 sensor, because like if you can only do a 585, like then I'm back to about the same field of view. But maybe the answer for the wide field I want is to just go with like a Rokinon. But then that's not, but I want more light gathering than a Rokinon. But then, because like a Rokinon with an APS-C covers a huge area, like a ridiculously large area. And with a full frame, it's really ridiculous. Like I could get the Witch Head, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to expose it here realistically. So, and then there's the whole question of filters and stuff. I don't know. But the Rasa with like an APS-C size sensor would be nice. I mean, it was, and this is, realistically, what was the other one I would look at? North American. Yeah, it would get the whole North American nebula and some of the Pelican with an APS-C sensor. Yeah. So, with the RASA. So I don't know. So that's the dilemma of maybe it's a 2025 thing. I don't know. I need to go look at that auction, see, because they had the astrograph. Was that a RASA type thing? I don't know. What kind of targets do people think would actually be reasonable? Yeah. Yeah, that was... Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is, you know... What was I looking for? Oh, the auction. What was it called? An astro imaging camera. It was astrograph telescope. What was that? Oh, okay. It's a Ritchie, an RC scope. Okay, that wasn't. I think I have that one too. So this is the Brasa with an APS-C, and okay, here's the RCS F8. So a lot more cropped in. Even if you put a full frame on it, it would still not be quite like the Rasa, which, yeah, would let you get all the North American Nebula and some of the Pelican Nebula. So that's unfortunate. I thought maybe I should go through all these reflectors, or all the reflectors, and see if they have any fast Newtonians. Yeah, maybe not necessarily now, but yeah, that would be another possibility. Just get a fast Newtonian. Yeah. I don't know. What do people... What do you think would be... Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I know, like, for mine, because I have a few different channels. Well, I mean, I have, like, not a few different channels. I have this channel, and I have, like, Erewhon. I have Random Erewhon and Erewhon. And then I have just, like, a personal account that I don't have any videos and no intent of ever having videos. But that's what I usually use for watching YouTube. But then, anyway, so, like, I'll click on the icon and then switch accounts. But, like, if you have different tabs open and you have things, that's usually what I do. Or like in Chrome, you can have different profiles. Like, sometimes I use that to just make sure the cookies stay, like, so that YouTube doesn't get confused. So I have my personal account that I'm using for watching videos generally, and then I have, like, a different profile that I have for this channel. And I sometimes will watch astronomy YouTube videos here, or on that account. And I also use it for like joining live streams and commenting on other people's videos just to I mean, part of it is like from an algorithmic point of view, just to keep YouTube like keeping this account when I'm logged in to it and looking at YouTube, it only suggests astronomy stuff to me, instead of like all the other random things that I watch. Oh hey, Cheap Astro, welcome. I was just talking about you. I was watching a video you did. I don't remember how long ago it was. One, actually, a couple of videos. One of some new equipment you had gotten, and then also one about how you built your pier with a tire, and you had mentioned someone who had an upside down bird feeder, because I was kind of in the dilemma of I want a pier and I could dig a hole, but the problem is my backyard, it's like it's all bad and there's different areas that are bad in different ways, and so I either put multiple piers in the backyard in different locations, or I just have something that's movable. Um so I actually was like watching your video about that, about your pier. So and fast Newtonian, yeah, and I was looking at some of the upgrades you've done on your Newtonian as well. Just earlier today, as a matter of fact, I was looking at that. Um, yeah, so that's the other thing. Let me look at that. The veil. I mean, I know realistically I'm not gonna, like, eventually you get to a limit of how big of a thing you can image. And this is like not a real sensor. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah. So, and this may not even be the ideal framing. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty good. Now, fast Newtonian, the 6-inch with the reducer, it's almost not quite though. Yeah, veil is cool. Yeah. Yeah, and so then that's the other thing. Maybe I just get a 135 for those really wide things I want. Okay. Yeah, that was for the bird feeder pier. Yeah, that was cool. But I also liked the one you built. I thought that was interesting. Oh wow. One subscriber away. Well, that's cool. I'm sure it probably actually let me I don't know if that pushed you over. Yep, that pushed you over. I just subscribed Callus from my other account, so now you're up to 1400. Oh, nice. Yeah, you'll be there before you know it. But you're at 1400 now, because I subscribed and then I hit reload and it now says 1.4K. But yeah, that pier. So that's what I'm kind of thinking about. Maybe I do something like that, a movable pier, not necessarily something like easy, like something I could move when I need to, or while I'm trying to sight, or maybe certain targets. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so this is So that's the 6-inch Skywatcher with the and I think that's Cheap Bastard. Do you have like the 150 Skywatcher Newtonian or 130? Okay, 130. Yeah, because I was looking at like the 150 maybe, and it comes with a focal reducer. But I might keep an eye out for a used one. Okay. Yeah, I saw your your two well, I don't was it from this year? Your two new or two purchased recently purchased scopes? Let me see, what was that? Just I'm looking at what I was watching earlier today. Um, it was, gosh, I watched a lot of videos today. I guess, I'm just very random stuff. Um, having maybe I used, oh, there it is. Yeah, this was the video I was one of the videos I was watching was one from a month ago. Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing I was looking at earlier. I was looking at random things. Yeah, this one. Because of course we use the units based on the king's thumb or whatever the inch comes from. Um, that's probably an urban legend, but maybe it's not. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, the 6-inch. I was looking at that one because yeah, it comes with a coma corrector reducer. I mean, it has like everything you need or everything I need, and I can always upgrade it because like I was looking at the spider upgrade or focuser upgrade and stuff, but um yeah. And does the imaging circle on this, will it can you do a full frame? Yeah. Beer can fix. Dare I ask what you did to it? Okay, yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that I not that I was planning on buying an APS-C or a full frame astro camera, but I do have a full frame mirrorless camera. So I was thinking uh, it wouldn't be something I'd necessarily use in the city, but something that I could potentially use it if I took it somewhere. Um, I mean, it's not the highest priority, realistically. But yeah, this one I'm intrigued by, the 150 slash 6-inch, since it does come with the coma corrector focal reducer, whereas the bigger ones don't, annoyingly. At least I don't think they do. Yeah, it's just, I mean, you can get a chroma corrector, but it's nice that the 6-inch one comes with it. Yeah. Quadro chroma corrector, $400. Yikes. Wow. Shim the focuser to get rid of the slump with a beer can. Cool. Astronomy tools plugin for Stellarium? No? Why? I mean, is that a... Oops, wrong thing. What, is that something... Is that something I would have to download, or... But yeah, that's... Oh, the field of view. Yeah, no, it's this stuff up in the upper right. You do the gear up here, and you can define lenses, sensors, and I've just like gradually been adding things that I either want or have. So like I have the ASI, 120, and I added the Seestar sensor. I have a Canon full frame, and then a bunch of other sensors that I've looked at. And once the medium format was just more out of morbid curiosity. And then I added, like, it comes with a bunch of stuff, and then I added like, the Seestar in both equatorial and non-equatorial modes, which is just a checkbox, but that way I get the framing exactly right. And then, like, again, things that I either have or want. So I was just entering a bunch of the sky watchers in, like, over the last few days, and I had added the RCS because I think I was watching a YouTube video where somebody had an RCS or an RC F8, and then like a C8. PST is my solar telescope, and so then you turn it on here, and it gives you the framing. You can rotate it, so like and then you can switch between. Well, see, it changes based on whatever you have centered. So if I go to the Seestar in equatorial mode with the Seestar sensor, oops, and then so then that shows me the framing, and actually it's anyway, so that's it's just the oh yeah, I'm running which version am I running? 24.2. So yeah, but I don't know how I ran across that, or I guess I was messing around with it, and it was just kind of, I was like, but then I realized, or I started thinking, oh, I should just enter the Seestar, and that was the first thing I had done, and basically that's all I used for the longest time, or mostly what I would use. But then as I've been kind of looking at scopes, what different options are, looking at cameras, I started entering a bunch of stuff in there just to try to, play around with different targets I was looking at, seeing what the framing would look like. So yeah, the 6-inch, that is a good value. I mean, especially given that it comes with, especially the coma corrector. Yeah, the fact that this is $400. Jeez. Oh, and that was one thing I was looking at watching your video, Cheap Astro. Where do you find some of the deals you find? Like like because I've been looking at a lot of different or a few different places, and I was just curious if there's something in particular you prefer using. Oh, that's annoying. I have Stellarium on my mini PC, but I haven't used it that much. I installed it on there and I've brought it up a few times, but I haven't used it like that much. Yeah, so that's ridiculous. It's I mean, $830, fine. But then if you get the coma corrector, it's another 400, so you're up to 1200 for this 8-inch. But if you get the 6-inch, it's $600 and it includes the coma corrector. So it's like half the price. It's crazy. But yeah, that might although the Rasa I'm still or a good deal on a C8 and a Hyperstar, because then that would get to the price. If I got a good enough deal, it would get it to the price of a Rasa, but then you also have the flexibility that you can run it as a C8, an F10 or whatever. So I don't know. But this, I'm like, oops. Even though I'm in a chair, I need to switch to the ball chair. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I just need to do is start looking regularly. Yeah. Yeah, cuz I'm very interested in how you've gotten some of those deals. Yeah, I did. The problem I ran into with eBay is at least when I was looking at it, a lot of it was just some of them were like new listings. And I was also looking at like Facebook Marketplace and like Wiley site was sending me some, but they were all like a lot of them weren't particularly good deals. Yeah, that makes sense. 9.25 edge would be neat. I may have to add that to my list of scopes and stellarium so I can start checking. Where is... Sometimes the search doesn't quite do what I want it to do. Oh, there it is. I should have just searched for it. Yeah, so the OTA. How much does this thing weigh? 21 pounds, that's not too bad. And then get one of these with, get the Hyperstar for it. That would be cool. And one thing I thought was interesting is the Hyperstar is f1.9, like the current generation of Hyperstars. Because I was looking at the what was it? Well, I wasn't looking at it to buy, but like the 11-inch Rasa is f2.2, I think. So if you get the 11-inch Edge and then have it with the Hyperstar, it's 1.9. It's like a third of a stop or half a stop faster. Like it's not nothing, which is also interesting, kind of intriguing. Yeah. Lots to ponder. Lots to ponder. Let me see. Let me check Discord. I've been ignoring. I've not ignoring. I've been not as diligent with Discord. Yeah. So what else? Hold on. Yeah, so that's, yeah, that edge would be nice. It would be very nice. Yeah, you could get that and get it with the Hyperstar and sell your Rasa. Or maybe not. Yeah. If I had the budget for it, that would be a nice scope. But that's why I was kind of looking at just... How much was that? Yeah, so the Edge... The 8 Edge is $1,600. And the Rasa is $2,000. The Hyperstar... Hyperstar. So $1,000 for the 8-inch, 1,300. Or 1,200, because this has the slider, filter slider. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's why in the near term I'm thinking fast Newtonian. Unless I got a good deal. Unless I could find a good enough deal on a used Rasa, maybe? But realistically, a fast Newtonian would probably get me kind of the, not improvement, but would give me what I would want to be able to image. I think that would, oops, didn't mean to do that. But yeah. Yeah, that is I mean, they are nice all of those telescopes. I mean, all of the Celestron C8s, the Edge Celestron C8 Edge and 9.5 Edge, C11 Edge. How much does a C11 Edge cost? That's definitely not in the budget. $4,300. No. Not, maybe I need to spend a bit more time looking at the auction items to try to figure out what things. The solar scope wouldn't work for planetary, I don't think, unless, because I know like Lund has a I think it was Lund had a universal solar scope that could do, it was a day and night one where basically the what is it called, the energy rejection filter part was removable, and so you could convert it to you could use it for normal night use, but most of them I think are kind of only daytime. Okay, yeah, 5:30, just in time for sunrise almost. So good night. Thanks for joining, Chief Astro. Have a good evening. Good night. um, but yeah, yeah, I don't think the Solar Max supports daytime. Uh, yeah. Um, yeah, I think it's only night. Because like I say, I think it was Lunt had um was this one? They're modular. Never mind the price on that. Yeah, you can switch between viewing the sun during the day, viewing planets at night, and other celestial objects at night. But they have other models, not just this one. Um, yeah, the modular universal, modular. Yeah, day night solar. So they have ones down to 20. Oh, actually, even this one says it's, or is it modular when it says modular? Yeah. So the 60 millimeter converts to a 70 millimeter telescope for white light, calcium, terrestrial, and nighttime viewing, using a separate or standard nighttime diagonal. Yeah. So this, the Lund has models that'll do that. Whoa, what did I just press? Yeah, so Lund has it, but I don't think the Coronado ones did that, because I think it was only Lund I saw that. Which is, yeah, which is kind of unfortunate. Which is, I guess, another reason with, like, in the case of the Coronado I got, or the PST, I was kind of debating, do I want to get a H alpha telescope, because that's all it can be used for. But I'm glad I got it. Like, I mean, especially now it's solar maximum, but the sun is surprisingly dynamic. And I haven't even really spent as much time as I would like looking at it. But yeah, it's very, very dynamic. Just always something going on. and the things changing over the span of like minutes or tens of minutes. Like the first time where I'd kind of started recording and I was just kind of messing around with settings, and I was like, wait, that prominence has changed just in the short period of time I had been watching, and I like backed it up and I could see that it had kind of started dissipating. And that thing was probably, you know, a good fraction of the size of Earth. And just watching it like dissipate in the span of minutes was pretty cool. Yeah, but I've enjoyed it enough where that's why I wouldn't be opposed to upgrading my solar telescope, honestly, just because it's and especially like the way the weather's been, you know, where sometimes it'll be cloudy in the evening but it'll be sunny during the day. So when I see that, I'll there was a time even during the summer it was brutal, but we had clouds kind of roll in the evening several days in a row, and I'm like, I'll throw the solar telescope out. And during I didn't have the mini PC, so I had like a long USB cable going through kind of the patio door, so I wouldn't be outside. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Seestar is more generally useful, so that was a good move. And even then, like, I haven't seen that many people use hydrogen alpha for the eclipse. I think I saw like one or two people using that. I mean, I wasn't actively looking, but it was definitely not a common thing. And really, the H alpha was more useful during like the partial phases. Like at totality, you wouldn't want hydrogen alpha. I don't think. I think it would probably be too dim to see the corona. So yeah, the Seestar was a good move, a good choice. But solar telescopes are cool. And plus, you know, if you don't want to, again, if you don't want to be up, or for whatever reason, either because of weather or you don't, like there were times where I had to go to bed at a more sensible hour and get up early, and so I didn't have much time to do night observing, but I could look at the sun during the day. So yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of unless you get one of those lunts, it's or go a different route and get what do you call it? Instead of getting a solar telescope, a dedicated one, you get did this not reload correctly? You get a where is it? A quark eyepiece filter, which does hydrogen alpha. Well, there's cheaper ones. There's cheaper models, but I heard mixed things about them, which is why I didn't go that route. That was another thing I considered. Yeah, like this, the chromosphere prominence. Oh no, that's for Canon. But like they have an eyepiece one, and you still have to yeah, like this. But you still have to like you can use it with a refractor, but you still like you have to be careful about what kind of refractor you're using for it. And I think even then, I don't know if it's required, or maybe only if you have a bigger refractor, you have to put like a energy rejection filter to kind of attenuate the sunlight, because it's getting focus. Otherwise, like with this, it's getting focused through the telescope into this hydrogen alpha eyepiece. So that was another option I looked at, but I had heard mixed things about it, which is why I didn't. Okay. Okay, oil space, you have to use an ERF. With airspace, you don't need an ERF if it's 80 millimeters or less. But yeah, I'd considered going this route instead of a dedicated telescope. But I mean, the Coronado PST was like $800, so it was still cheaper than the eyepiece. So I'm like, it's dedicated, but it's yeah. So that's why I went that route. Yeah. I mean, there's, and then, but then there's other factors that I'd looked at, like I had done hydrogen alpha, but then I'm like, well, what if I want to do? I started going down the it was around the time of the eclipse. I started going down like this solar astronomy rabbit hole, and like there's other frequencies that you can image with besides hydrogen alpha. Like there's the calcium line, but that would require something different than this. And I think I want to say Quiv, the lazy geek, did I think he did a video about that, about the calcium filter. Because that was just kind of a calcium filter. Yeah. Yeah, this one. So again, this would be the kind of filter you would use with a normal refractor. But this ad I have seen, maybe it's because of like New Year's resolutions or something, but I have seen this ad like 100 times. Are they trying to tell me something? I need to eat better or something? I don't know. But this is it's a wedge, I think, like a Herschel. Is it like a Herschel wedge that also does the calcium filtering? Yeah, so it's a more of a blue frequency, and let me see if I can find. Again, it's a rabbit hole. And I might end up going this route eventually. I was looking actually at a calcium filter recently. Never ends. It never ends. So HL. Is it? Okay, so this is launch. Okay, yeah. So here's H alpha. Here's calcium. And here's white light. So calcium gives a different view of a different part of the sun's atmosphere. There was somewhere where I saw a good, like it was I don't know, was it with Blunt, where they did a side by side of the different frequencies, like the same patch of sun in different frequencies. Was it with them? What's one of the other ones? I think sodium was another one. Seestar. Dang it. It may have been Seestar's website. Yeah, may have been this. Oh, wavelengths. Here we go. Wavelength. Okay, here, yeah. So this is an hydrogen alpha, calcium, white light. So in some ways, calcium, yeah, it doesn't give you, I think, like the prominences and stuff, but it does give you more detail on the sun's surface. I don't know if it's a photosphere. I don't know. I forget. Um, but yeah, so here's white light versus calcium line. So it's interesting because like, yeah, like certain features are bigger, some are smaller, some are more pronounced. Yeah, so here we are with H alpha, calcium, white light, and helium line. Didn't even forgot about that one. And here's sodium. So they have a sodium line one, calcium K. But yeah, there's, oh yeah, look at this. Look at what the sun's surface looks like with calcium. But yeah, that was, I had briefly looked at calcium filter for, there's even hydrogen beta, helium line. But yeah, so another rabbit hole, but to image with yeah, so I don't know. Realistically, I'm not doing calcium line anytime soon, so that's why I was thinking of another. That's why I'd be willing to bid on the Solar Max 3 just to get kind of more detail, better detail, uh, higher focal lengths to image, you know, not full disk, but like smaller features on the sun. Kind of get what do you call it? Get prominences and stuff, and sunspot groups would be higher magnification. So yeah, that's why I was kind of considering, or that's why I'm interested in the Solar Max, because I think that might be neat. But it's only good for solar observing, which is still good. I mean, it's sunny half of the day, so it's one target, but it's a very dynamic target, so it's not a, it's yeah, I ended up liking it more. I kind of started not sure. I was kind of a little concerned I wouldn't use it at all, the telescope. I haven't used it as much as I would have liked to, but a lot of that was, it took me a while to figure out what kind of camera I could use. The particular one I got, which is really mostly for a visual use. Whereas like, so I had to use kind of, that's why I ended up using a guide camera for it. But once I got that sorted out, I've used it a decent amount, and now that I have the mini PC set up, it was the last time I put it in the backyard. It was a much better setup as far as I can run, as opposed to like before where I was running a USB cable through the patio, like a 15-foot USB cable into my laptop and running Firecap on it, because I didn't want to sit outside, because I was like, I don't do well in the sun. But I just kind of bake. And so with the mini PC, I can leave that out in the backyard. It's connected right into the cameras, goes right into the mini PC. I run SharpCap on it. Works great. And then I just remote into, because that's what I did for like the little test streams. I I plan on doing, once I have some good clear weather during the day, especially on weekends. Um, I plan on doing a live stream, uh, a solar live stream on YouTube, because I've mostly just done it on Discord or an unlisted stream, but uh, but yeah, it's definitely made it a lot more straightforward to do. So I expect to be using it even more, which is again why that Solar Quest 3, or not Solar Max 3, is intriguing. Anyhow, um, what else was there? Let me make sure there's nothing else on my list. Yeah, I definitely will. And I have experience shipping internationally too, so I'll let you know. Not necessarily to Australia, but I've definitely shipped internationally. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was most of what a lot of it was kind of what do you call it? Me trying to consider what kind of scope to get in the future. But yeah. But yeah, the new scope, the new higher focal length scope that I bought, the inexpensive higher focal length scope I bought, should theoretically is supposed to show up tomorrow. And the camera I ordered, the 585, is theoretically supposed to show up on, when is it supposed to show up? It's supposed to show up on Monday. And if both of those show up on time, like I was saying, I might be able to do first light on the live stream on Monday evening, which would be cool. Since it does have higher focal length. Let's see, what kind of, let's see. Let's go, say, 10 p.m. Let me put the horizon, my terrible horizon. Oh, yeah. You know what? One of the first things I might try to do is Jupiter. Might try to do Jupiter. I was also thinking about, like, well, this is with the Seestar. So here's the Seestar. I might even, because I'm just going to be playing around with it, I may even try doing a Barlow on it to see. Because if I were to do a Barlow, like, I could potentially get in pretty nicely with Jupiter. The other thing I might try is probably some globular cluster, some galaxy or something, maybe planetary nebula. So again, I'm going to be kind of testing it out on smaller, brighter targets to begin with, just to see, kind of get used to the scope. So yeah, that'll be coming up next week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And then the search will continue for, or not just the search, but the thinking about what do I want to do for a fast, wide field telescope. Do I go with a fast Newtonian, or do I save the pennies for a RASA? But yeah, yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. It's not live observing. It's a Saturday night, but I wasn't doing live observing, so I think I might go get a snack and or wrap up the stream and get a snack. But if you haven't liked the video, please like. But thanks everybody for chatting and being here. I do appreciate it a lot, and it's also very helpful. Your advice and just kind of helping talk it through, but it's all also for the intent of things that I wanted to, like everything that I'm considering are things that are going to be used on the stream. So it's really kind of it's helpful, and it's things that you'll be able to see on the live stream. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's all I've got, unless anybody has anything else. But if you haven't subscribed to the Discord server, subscribe, and I will be there. But I think I'm gonna leave it at that for tonight. So thanks everybody, and oh yeah, on Discord, if you have suggestions about things you want to bid on or want to discuss it further, I definitely want to kind of, because I'm afraid like during the week I might not be able to think about it enough, like because of work. So I want to try to make sure I get everything kind of that I want to bid on potentially kind of lined up this weekend. So yeah, I do, but I need to stretch my legs for a little bit, and then I'll be back. Actually, I'll relocate. I want to relocate somewhere else in the somewhere more not in this room. But yeah, give me 15 minutes. And yeah, thanks for joining Turf, and thanks for your support. Appreciate it. And yeah. So I will leave it at that, and thanks everybody for joining, and I will see you in the next video or the next stream, and or on Discord, or both. I'm rambling. Good night. Bye.